All right, we're on the record in the case of the Commonwealth versus Jessica Reed. It's case 18 CR 1746. We have Ms. Delosier present on behalf of the Commonwealth and Mr. Esselman present with Ms. Reed. I had issued a bench warrant for Ms. Reed when she did not appear in court on February 21st. She had called in, claimed that she thought she was supposed to be here a different day, I believe, maybe today. I went ahead and issued a bench warrant for her, setting her bond at $10,000. She then appeared with Mr. Esselman, I believe maybe Monday afternoon, and was taken into custody. I had not spoken with her since then, so I wanted to get her back on the docket today. Have you all had a chance to talk at all, or?
Your Honor, I think the Commonwealth's position has kind of been clear since August. I talked to Mr. Esselman, tried to be open-minded, but I'm just very troubled by the number of excuses and the lack of reporting. And having spoken with Officer Nix, I don't think there's anything that probation and parole can do for Ms. Reed, unfortunately.
All right. And Mr. Esselman?
Judge, I do think there's a stipulation here, I believe, and she did report, even though it was hours later. She doesn't have her own vehicle. She's relying on other people to take care of things for her. She's been on HIP for this for, I think, I don't have the exact number of days, but it's been months. It was from like April or May of this past year. No new offenses. I do think we're dealing with someone who has, well, let me just say she's doing better, but she knows that she has to be employed, thinks that she is, and I think she's been trying to take care of someone else who's in turn not really taking care of her. She does have a court date today. It's in Division 6. It's for the same exact matter. And so I think that's where that confusion was. Ms. Delosier is not handling that matter. It's being handled by Mr. Abney.
By who?
By Mr. Abney.
Okay.
But I'm asking the court to consider the amount of time that she's already done.
Well, I'm not here to decide
Okay.
ultimately what's going to be done with her. I just wanted to address her bond today, the bond situation. I'm hoping that I've now got Miss Reed's attention. And it was a rough lesson that you had to learn, to have to go into custody and be in jail for at least a couple of nights. But I hope that that's somewhat of a wake-up call to you, that you need to take this seriously, Miss Reed, because you're not taking this seriously.
Yes, ma'am.
You tell me you're going to bring medical records, and instead what you bring me is your phone. Now, am I supposed to introduce your phone into evidence? No. Medical records are to be printed out and brought into court. You tell me that you're going to go see Officer Nix, and you don't. You call her. When I tell you to go to her office, you go to her office. Are we clear?
Yes.
Is there anything about any of this that you don't understand?
I understand.
How's the last 2 nights been for you?
Rough.
Okay. Now, I think my secretary had given you all a date of March the 7th. That may be a little quick. I really am hoping that this has made an impression on you, Miss Reed.
Yes, ma'am.
I forgot what Officer Nix's date is. What is her report day?
I think there's a stipulation here anyway.
Well, I think Officer Nix definitely is going to want to weigh in.
She is, and she was going to try to be on the phone today.
I didn't
She's
even.
unavailable on Wednesday. I let her know.
Okay,
She
I did
let me
not
know.
get on
So
the line.
She's unavailable on Wednesday.
Wednesdays.
Yes.
HIP's infectable. I really need that.
How about Thursday, March the 31st at 9:45?
Your Honor, the only concern I have is I'm starting a 2-week trial in Division 5 on the 28th. I can do before or after. It should be a 2-week trial, so either before that or April 11th on.
I'm here at 9:15.
Oh, look, I have you in here, Mr. Esselman, already.
I'm here at 9:15.
At 9:15, can you do that?
Yeah.
On April 11th?
Was that again?
April 11th at 9:15?
Thursday, Saturday.
All right, now, Ms. Reed, so you said Officer Nix's report days are Wednesday.
Wednesdays, and I'll let her know the days.
So, I don't know if Officer Nix is actually in her office every day.
I know she is today. She's duty officer, so today is not a good day.
Okay. So can we just have her report next Wednesday?
Perfect. I'll let her know.
That's your
In
report
person.
next
Are we
Wednesday.
clear, Ms. Reed?
Yes.
In person.
Yes.
I realize you may have some transportation issues. You've got almost a week to get those resolved so that you can see Officer Nix on Wednesday.
Okay, does it matter what time, just, is there a time?
What time
just
does she
being there?
usually have you come in?
It's been different times.
Well, then I suggest you be there around 9 a.m.
Okay,
And then I'm going to have Officer Nix let me know. If you do not show up, I'm going to issue another bench warrant for you.
okay, ma'am.
She is on the line, and I've let her know to report next, that
She's-
she's reporting next.
And we're good.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
All right.
Drive.
So I'm going to place you back on home incarceration. What releases did she have, Mr. Esselman? Or did she have any?
Did you have?
I had job search, I had work release.
She didn't sell her bond as HR bid.
Job search, work release.
Well, did you have a job?
I have a job though.
Yes, she did.
So just work release.
I don't know if she still has it or not.
What?
Do you still have that job? Are you sure?
Yeah, my son went and worked for me while I was
Okay.
in here.
All right, so I'll give you work release. Were you paying home incarceration fees?
No, I didn't have any.
Did I waive those?
As far as-
I would hope that you, please do that, Judge. Thanks.
All right, I'll waive the fees. I'll see you back here in person, April the 11th at 9:15.
Also includes P and P release, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Good call. Good call. Anthony.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you all for being here.
God damn it. We're gonna watch.
Oh, yeah.
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Anything to report from the overnight break? All right, if not, then we will go ahead and resume with the direct examination of Sergeant Vance. And Ms. Whaley, if you're ready to proceed.
Good morning.
Morning.
Yesterday, we had looked at a number of the photographs that were taken at the scene, including all of the markers that have been placed outside the apartment 4, indicating the presence of bullet casings, as well as the bullet in marker 37 over by the wall in the foyer, in the breezeway. When those were all collected and sent to the crime lab by crime scene unit, did crime scene unit take close-up photographs of the 10 casings that were later determined to have been fired by former Detective Hankison that we saw in the parking lot?
Yes, each individual item of evidence is typically taken back to the CSU lab, and then they take closer photos, or where they can put it on their lab tables, and they it's more of a physical examination with in the use of a photograph.
Permission to approach. I hand you the photographs that have been marked Commonwealth Exhibit 77 through 87, and then 89 through 93. If you would examine those photos.
Yes, ma'am.
And are those accurate, fair and accurate representations of the casings and bullets?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, move to admit exhibits 77 through 87
No objection.
and 89 through 93.
No objection, Judge.
All right, they'll be so admitted.
So if you would, do you have the laser pointer up there?
I do.
Direct your attention to the screen and to exhibit 77. And this is a bullet labeled Exhibit 21 by the crime scene unit. And as we saw yesterday, they have different numbers depending on the crime scene unit, the marker number. So is this a photograph of the bullet that we saw yesterday in Exhibit 99 on the dining room table of apartment 3?
Yes.
Okay, Exhibit 78. And again, this photograph was identified yesterday in photograph exhibit number 105 as being the bullet on the floor amongst the glass, the shattered glass in apartment 3, near the sliding glass door.
Yes.
And that's a close-up of that same bullet. Moving on to exhibit 79. Marked here as exhibit 23, and that we saw yesterday in the photograph of the parking lot with marker 1 next to it, one of the casings taken from the parking lot
Yes.
next to marker 1.
Yes.
Moving on to exhibit 80. this is now numbered Exhibit 25. As we saw yesterday, it was the casing marked by marker 3 in the parking lot. This is a close-up of that casing.
Yes.
Now Exhibit 81. The now labeled number 26, but it's the same casing as we saw in the parking lot next to marker 4.
Yes.
Exhibit 82. Is this now marked Exhibit 27, the same casing that we saw in the parking lot next to marker 5 in that area between the Roto-Rooter van and the truck in the parking lot?
Yes.
And Exhibit 83, now marked by the crime scene unit as number 28. This is the same casing that was in the photograph in the parking lot by marker 6.
Yes.
Exhibit 84, now marked number 29 by the crime scene unit, and is this the casing that was collected next to marker 7, also in the parking lot
Yes.
between the van and the truck? Exhibit 85, now been labeled number 30, and is this the same casing that was next to marker 8 in the parking lot?
Yes.
Exhibit 86, now labeled number 31. Is this the same casing that was collected where marker 9 in the parking lot was that we saw yesterday?
Yes.
Now Exhibit 87, another casing and a close-up, now labeled number 32. And is this the same casing that we saw in the parking lot? Well, the previous one we just looked at, 86, I failed to mention that this is the one that was underneath the tire by marker 9,
Yes.
underneath the tire of the roto van. Okay, now go on to 87, and now labeled 32, that was collected next to marker 10 in the parking lot.
Yes.
Now moving on to 88, not yet, 89. Okay. Now, this has been labeled number 69, and is this fragment of the bullet that we saw yesterday on the dining room floor in apartment 4 that was next to marker 40?
Yes.
Now, Exhibit 90. Does this photograph contain the bullet that we saw yesterday in a photograph next to marker 47 in the dresser drawer?
Yes.
Exhibit 91. Also a bullet close-up, and now labeled 82. Is this the bullet that we observed in the photo of the bathroom soap dish with the bullet in it
Yes.
yesterday?
Yes.
I think that photo was Exhibit 60 from yesterday, that photo. Next, 92, Exhibit 92, another bullet, which is now labeled 83. Is this the same bullet that we saw yesterday on top of the utility closet on top of the furnace in the utility closet that I believe was in the Exhibit 58 yesterday, the photograph of the utility closet.
Yes.
And now 93, another close-up of a casing that is now labeled by the crime scene unit number 87. Is this the 10th casing that you indicated there was a casing that did not have a marker by it that was located underneath the van?
Yes.
When the van was moved, is that when this casing was discovered?
Yes.
Okay. So that is a total of 10 casings collected from the parking lot.
Correct.
And all of those, a total of 10 casings and 6 bullets. The bullets being number 69 that was found, the fragment found on the dining room floor of apartment 4. Number 20, these are the lab number, or the crime scene unit numbers. The number's 21, which was taken from the dining room table of apartment 3. Number 22, which was on the floor in the living room of apartment 3. The number 47 marker, now lab number 79, taken from the top dresser drawer in the south bedroom, that being the 4th bullet. The 5th bullet being crime scene unit number 82, removed from the soap dish in the bathroom. That's the 5th bullet. And the 6th bullet being crime scene unit number 83, being the bullet taken from the top of the furnace in the utility closet.
Yes.
So that's 6 bullets that we just saw close-ups of and 10 casings. Now there were, at some point after the crime scene unit collected this evidence, there were 3 additional bullets collected by the FBI in an additional, more invasive search of apartment 4. Correct?
Yes.
Obviously, you weren't
Right, I was
involved
not part
in
of
that.
that, yes.
But there were 3 additional bullets collected. Now, these that you have just described in the close-up photographs were all submitted to Kentucky State Police Crime Lab to be analyzed and compared to the gun.
Yes, they were sent to the ballistics examiner for examination.
And we will hear from another witness that the defendant's service weapon that he was using that night was also, of course, collected
Of course.
and then submitted to the crime lab.
Yes.
Okay. Now, there was an additional bullet that you described from the breezeway from marker 37. I'm going to hand you what's marked Commonwealth Exhibit 88. Is that a close-up of the bullet collected in the breezeway by marker 37?
Yes.
And if you would look at the screen. Is that a close-up of the bullet collected over on the opposite wall from apartment 4 that's now designated as number 65?
Near marker 37.
by marker 37.
Correct.
Now, that bullet, as you stated yesterday, was also submitted for testing and was later determined to have been fired from the 9mm that we saw under the bed in the south bedroom of apartment 4.
Yes, ballistically, it was compared and found to match that of the gun, the 9mm the handgun that was found inside the apartment.
Okay. I move to admit Exhibit 88.
No objection.
All right, it'll be so admitted.
Now, did the crime scene unit and the staff, the officers of the public integrity unit, conduct a complete search of apartment 4?
Absolutely.
And would you expound upon that? What measures you took in processing that apartment?
So at the conclusion of the exterior scene processing, because like I said yesterday, that was the main focus initially because, you know, there are certain things we couldn't control in the exterior of those buildings, people coming and going and whatnot. So in the meantime, apartment 4, the door was not shut but pulled to where it would conceal Ms. Taylor's body. A 3rd Division officer, Officer Asia Clay, was positioned in the breezeway. And her job was to prevent any of the residents, if they did have to come out, they would have to make contact with her, and then she would make contact with me, and then we would kind of try to ascertain why they're coming out. This is during the overnight, so you know I think that only happened once, but she was there for a long time. So once we worked our way into the breezeway and started to collect evidence, we were there in the exterior, the common area. We worked our way into the apartment. Once we got into the apartment, the same process kind of worked. We took overalls, you know, we put markers down as far as what evidence was obvious. So there's a process to where, you know, anything that's this clear that stands out, we do markers, and then once the evidence that's obvious to you know, any person in there, that's collected. And I should kind of go back a little bit. So while we're in the exterior scene, we do what's called a 3D scan. We use Farrell scanners. Farrell's is the brand. So I spent 5 years in homicide as a homicide detective, and I can tell you, you know, typically scans, and there's variations in how many scans you do on scenes, but you wouldn't typically do more than 10. It just depends on the characteristics of the scene. But in this case, we did 25 independent scans, and the reason why is because each scan captured as much of the scene in a 3D environment. So we can go back in the scan, and using the proprietary software from Farrell, we can go in and we can measure in a three-dimensional application. We can measure things in free space and have a certain amount of accuracy. It's a very useful tool for investigators. So we did 25 individual scans, and that includes the interior processing. So I say that because it slows the scene processing down, because you are methodically documenting each item of evidence, and there's a duration of time in each part of that scene process. So once we make it into the interior of the apartment, that same procedure was done. So once we identify obvious evidence, we put markers down. That evidence is collected, and scans are done. In the duration after that is completed, we would methodically go through that apartment, and you can see this in some of the crime scene photos where, you know, we tried to develop and present or show with photographs trajectories of bullet defect in the kitchen, in the common wall between 4 and 3, in the wall that separates the living room and the south bedroom, that bedroom that's immediately south of the hallway where Ms. Taylor was located. Trying to reconstruct or have a photograph and or a scan that will show the trajectory of the projectiles that were shot. I should note that in this process, Faro had they have a proprietary trajectory program built into their scans, into their scan product. And unfortunately, that no one from LMPD had been trained on that, and we actually at a later date had to have Farrell come in and evaluate our scans and then interpret it for us. So
In that process, did you discover any guns other than the 9mm under the bed in the south bedroom?
no,
And you searched every inch of that apartment?
the legal authority that allowed the public integrity unit to search that apartment would have encompassed any projectiles, which a projectile can be anywhere. So the scope of our search was limitless. So what that meant is we could search anywhere in that apartment legally.
Did you find any evidence of narcotics?
No, and there was no narcotics listed on the property section of our legal authority. So the procedure on that would have been as we would have come in contact with narcotics, we would have written an additional legal authority to seize those narcotics.
And as we saw in the photographs yesterday, you did come across mail matter that was collected,
Yes,
that was addressed or had Jamarcus Glover's name.
yes.
And so you searched in closets, in corners, in drawers, and so forth.
Everywhere. Everywhere in apartment 4.
Now, the integrity of the crime scene was maintained throughout until you completed all the collection of evidence, the photographing, and so forth.
So a part of the investigation is that, investigators go back and review wearable video in relation to officers that responded to the scene. So that's why I'm able to say confidently that the integrity of the interior of apartment 4 was maintained throughout until it was released sometime in the afternoon that same day.
Did, in the course of also completing the investigation, did you obtain a photograph of the clothing that had been worn by Mattingly that indicated where the bullet entered?
Yes.
Clothing.
Yes, the investigators in our unit obtained that through a forensic examination.
I'm now going to hand you Commonwealth's Exhibit 120 and 121 and ask you to explain what is depicted in those two photographs.
Exhibit 120 is Sergeant Manley's pants that he was wearing that night of the incident, and it shows projectile defect in the pant with a scale for size purposes, and there's obvious what appears to be blood evidence on the pants.
So that would be the left leg then,
It was the left front pocket.
front pocket of the pants.
Correct.
And now Exhibit 121.
This is a picture of, or photograph of Sergeant Mattingly carried his wallet in his front left pocket, or his front pockets typically, from what I've been told. In this case, it was in his front left pocket, and it should be noted that there was a metal ring affixed in that wallet, which was very important that night.
Right. So the bullet entered the wallet.
The bullet hit the wallet, and when it entered the wallet, as you can see in the photograph, this ring here actually deflected or changed the trajectory of that projectile.
And it passed through the wallet
It did.
because it passed completely through his leg and ended up in the breezeway.
It exited the back of his left leg and ended up in the breezeway next to apartment 1.
So this is another indication of where it hit the
Correct.
bullet. Okay. Move to admit exhibits 120, 121.
No objection.
They'll be so admitted.
In further conducting your investigation, did you interview at the Public Integrity Office all of the detectives who had been there that evening, that night, serving the search warrant?
So initially, the involved officers, the officers that were directly involved in the shooting, were not interviewed. We Public Integrity Unit goes by what's considered the force science model, and we allow officers. Well, let me back up. Officers aren't required to speak with PIU investigators. They have the same constitutional rights that all of us have. And because we conduct criminal investigations, they cannot be compelled by their employment to speak with us. So the involved officers would not be interviewed regardless of whether they would consent to it or not that night, because we adopted the force science model. We found that when there's time between the critical incident and when, at least 2 sleep cycles, that the officers are able to articulate and be more concise and provide more information in relation to the shooting or the critical incident. So it's beneficial for everyone involved. But we did, however, conduct interviews with what we would consider as, or categorize as, witness officers that were there as well that night.
Okay. Back to the processing of the scene. Did you discover that there had been a bullet that exited out of the ceiling of apartment 4?
Yes. So
Explain that.
So during the investigation, I can't say confident, or I can't say definitely, but it's likely that the 2 projectiles that entered the ceiling of apartment 4 that traveled into apartment 8, which is immediately above apartment 4, were likely from Sergeant Mattingly, because during this incident, when he was shot, he, in his own account, fell down on his buttocks from being shot. He was immediately injured, and he was critically injured, and he returned fire in defense of his own life. And it's likely that those 2 rounds that entered apartment 8 were from him because of the way he described the incident. And I was later told that at least one of those projectiles exited the roof of the building after the roof was examined by the FBI.
So there were no bullets retrieved that exited the ceiling of 4 into 8 and out the ceiling of 8?
No. PIU investigators were able to obtain consent from apartment 8, the occupant in apartment 8, and we went in and we photographed the defect, if you will, related to those 2 projectiles.
Was an interview conducted by Public Integrity Unit of the defendant, Brett Hankison?
Yes, there was.
And when did that interview occur?
March 25th of 2020.
What is his history with Louisville Metro Police? How many years had he been with the department?
I believe it's the time that this incident occurred, he had a little more than 17 years on.
And at the time, in March of 2020, what unit was he in?
He was, well, the narcotics unit had been rebranded several times. According to this document that I have from his personnel record, it looks like he was transferred to narcotics, which is now called CID. It was called CID when this incident occurred, but it was originally called narcotics. But he was transferred on June the 12th of 2016.
And he was a K-9 officer?
Yes,
At that time.
at the time of the shooting, yes.
Previous to that, had he been in what's called a flex unit?
Yes, he was a flex detective. At the time, the LMPD had flex units within each patrol division that would handle anything that the division commander had to address. Like, could be car break-ins, could be street-level narcotics. They did everything, but it was primarily narcotics through each division.
And in that unit, there would be a lot of search warrants executed?
I would imagine so, yes.
Now, at the time of the interview that you said was March 25th, did he sign an agreement to be interviewed?
He did.
And he was advised of his rights?
He was, and an attorney was present.
He agreed to be interviewed?
He did agree.
And have you reviewed that, and it was done by video,
Yeah, video and audio.
and have you reviewed that video of the interview?
I have.
And is it a fair and accurate representation of the interview that occurred
Yes.
at PIU on March 25th?
Yes.
At this time, we would move to play the video interview.
No objection.
All right.
And is it possible to lower the lighting? This interview will be Commonwealth Exhibit 123.
No. I just, I'm like, can I turn it on? I'm like, I need it. No, I just. Unless it's trust kicks or something. I have no corona. I do have allergies, so if I cough, I will hide it. But you want some Kleenex? I'm not. Yeah, that's that'd be easy to do something. We have allergies too. My allergies are crazy the past couple of days. You done PIU before? Yeah, at the old building. Okay. Just. How long has that been going? That's all I thought.
This is Sergeant Amanda Sealy of the Louisville Metro Police Department's Public Integrity Unit. Today is Wednesday, March 25th, 2020. The time is 15:16. We are present at 3672 Taylor Boulevard at the Public Integrity Office. This will be a recorded statement from Detective Brett Hankison. This statement is in reference to PIU case number 20-019. Present with me are Detective Brett Hankison and Attorney Steve Shoring and Sergeant Jason Vance of the Public Integrity Unit. Detective, are you aware that this statement is being video and audio recorded?
Yes.
This statement is for approval.
Yes.
Please state your full name and spell your last name.
Brett Hankison, Hankison.
What is your code number?
6150.
Where are you currently assigned?
The criminal interdiction division.
How long have you been with that unit?
So it was created maybe a few months ago.
And how long have you been with the department?
Since 2003.
Are you under the influence of alcohol, drugs, or any other intoxicant at this time?
No.
Are you taking any kind of medication that would affect your judgment or ability to think clearly?
No.
The next several statements will be in reference to the incident that your uniform, March the 13th, that's from on the Springfield address. Did you sustain any injuries during this situation?
No.
Did you receive any medical treatment?
No.
What type of uniform or clothing were you wearing at the time of this incident?
I was wearing an LMPD tactical vest, and I believe on the front of it says Police K9, and I believe it says Police again. It's the heavy duty ones that were issued.
You have on the same uniform and clothing right now?
I did not.
Because of statutory requirements of KRS 67C 326, I'm obligated to advise you of your constitutional rights prior to making any further questions. And this was rights regularly used.
On the back question, sorry. I also had a full gun belt on too, like a taser and all that equipment. Just it doesn't have any other identifiers on it. It's a gun belt.
Okay. Before we ask you any questions, you must understand your rights. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say and will be used against you in court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer prior to any questioning or making of any statements. And you have him present with you while you're being questioned. Cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed by the court to represent you before you question if you desire one. You may stop the questioning or making of any statements at any time by refusing to answer further or by requesting to consult with an attorney prior to continuing the questioning or the making of the statement. If bothered by you signing this, you've read the statement, you're aware of your rights, you understand what your rights are, you're willing to make a statement and answer questions. You have a lawyer with you present at this time, you understand what you're doing, no promises or threats have been made to you, and no pressure or coercion of any kind have been used against you. So like I said, this is about the incident that occurred on March 13th, 2020 at 3003 Springfield Drive, apartment number 4. In your own words, just let us know what happened, what kind of police action that you took, and
March 13th was actually my regular day off. We were advised earlier in the week by, I think, the place-based platoon sergeant that they were planning an execution for at least 4 search warrants on that night. The sergeant was requesting bodies, but he was also requesting narcotics canine dogs went to each location, and whoever was available to respond to him by email. I don't even know the day or so after that, saying I was available, it was my day off anyway, back in to read the dog stuff, make the entry for the bodies. So that's how initially I was advised. Working in different platoons were really not so much involved in other platoons' investigations, I guess. So I didn't know anything about the specifics of the investigation other than they just needed a dog, which I had, and I had narcotics doing handwork, and then I knew they were short on bodies, so they needed that. Met at the division that night. I want to say it was around 10 or 11 at our office at Orange Green Lord's conference room. We were briefed on the specifics, targets, guns, just the normal stuff. On the board was already written out for us, the address, that type of stuff, and what locations they were in. Each location down to a specific group of people that were assigned to search, to make entry and search that were responsible for that. that residence. I think the place-based platoon had like one detective at least assigned to each place, and they were going to be the lead detective at each of those spots. So I was already on the board for the Springfield address, along with the other detectives I'm sure you're aware of, and we proceeded from the office to St. Andrews and St. Anthony. I believe it's a church that's in the corner there. And we sat up there. Somebody had already advised, had already notified the EMS rather, to have an EMS wagon standing by. And I was actually, I think, the last one that arrived in the parking lot there at the church. EMS was already there, the wagon was already there, and then I think Lieutenant Henry and all the rest of the detectives were there. They had told us previously that we were going to execute the warrant simultaneously or just after the execution of the warrants on Elliott. So we basically just listened to the radio, and SWAT was getting ready to hit those locations on Elliott, and we were to move up and do the location on Spring. We proceeded up the hill, parked. I parked in just a regular parking spot. Some other officers were parked in the middle of the parking lot. And I parked just, I guess, north of the building, maybe 5 or 10 spots. Left my dog in the car. My dog was never out of the car. He was in his kennel. And that's commonplace. Our dogs are single-purpose dogs and not patrol duties. They're responsible for their house protection only. So they're not trained to make entry or to chase people or anything like that. The dog is in his kennel the whole time. We line up and head towards the building, and I believe Detective Campbell, I think he was the VO for the location because I had never been there. So he showed us the building and the door. We made entry. We made our way through the common area, I guess, the fourplex, and past a stairwell, and then the stack kind of lined up there. I don't remember who was in front of me, but there was a few detectives in front of me. I was kind of towards the back, but it was banging on the wall or the door, both. Yelling police, search warrant. I actually yelled police, search warrant myself. I don't know if I yelled Metro Police or if I just yelled police, search warrant numerous times. And he was actually banging, I think, on the side of the door, because I think the whole building was like, there was a loud percussion. In that time, and I don't know who the gentleman's name was, it came out from the apartment directly above him. It was an African-American gentleman, maybe in his 50s. And he wondered what was going on. I addressed him because I was kind of farther back in the stack, so I could still see up the stairway to him. I spoke with him and explained, we were police and to go back in his apartment. And he kind of like wanted to argue, I think, like, what is this about? I think he wanted to figure it out. He wanted an explanation, but we're obviously still banging on the door. Whoever was up front was banging on the door to the wall. And I think he went back in, but Sergeant Magley actually said, just forget, or don't talk to him, or just leave him alone, or whatever, ignore him. Something of that nature, I don't remember his exact words. And so then continue knocking, yelling, police search warrant, and this went on for probably 30, 45 seconds of banging and announcing, knocking and announcing. And the reason for this, I believe when we were briefed, at the top of the board there was that it says no knock warrants. I think that was because of the propensity for violence. I think the other location, the guns that were found prior, I think of the violent history. I think this address was also a no knock. However, we were told this would be a female was there. They knew of a female suspect. I believe somebody said she was heavy set. I don't recall her name, but she resided at that location. And that's all they knew. They didn't know anything about kids or dogs or anything like that. Back to knocking, continuing to knock and announce. Detective Nobles had the ram. That was actually behind him, Sergeant. So the doors where you were at, I was to the right. Sergeant Mattingly, Tony James, I believe, and Lieutenant Hoover were here. I was stacked up kind of behind them, back towards Detective Campbell. Detective Detective Cosgrove, I don't recall where he was at, but I know he was this side of the store somewhere. But I don't remember the exact how, it was really weird because when you go into the door or the common area, you can't, it's not a breezeway that goes all the way through, it just goes up, so we're kind of stuck in this. People on this side of the door that usually stands, we'll have a cover 1, cover 2 on each side of the door, and then we'll have our entry 2 people that will come 1 and 2 after. We couldn't really do that because there's nowhere for them to stand on the left side of the door like we would at any other place, for a normal, sort of, regular standalone dwelling. So we were just kind of bunched up there in that little corner of the, I guess it's not really a breezeway, but that area, the common area. Detective Nobles began hitting the door with the ram, hit it at least 2 times, and I want to say the 3rd or 4th time he hit it. You could tell it was starting to buckle, or it was buffering near the hinges, and then the 3rd time it went all the way through, the door came open, and I don't recall if the door came left or right, but I guess that's wrong. The case, the point I'm making, he made entry. The guy with the ram will always immediately come back out. That way he's not in the way, holding the ram with nothing to protect himself, no shield, no firearm out or anything like that, because he literally was committed to the ram. So he hit the ram the 3rd or 4th time, and then he spun back towards the parking lot away so we could funnel in. And I kind of came around him. I remember coming around him like a clockwise direction, and I already had my gun out, ready, and had it raised on the ready position, rather, here, like, I guess, a 45-degree angle. And that's when I saw darkness in the apartment, but then I saw immediate illumination of fire come, and what I saw at the time was a figure in a shooting stance, and it looked as if he or she was holding an AR-15 or a long gun, a rifle type of gun. And a couple of things, I guess, my brain processed to understand that was that the large muzzle flash looked like a large muzzle flash on a rifle. The loud percussion I got from it, and then the way he was holding the gun, or appeared to me the way he was holding a gun, like what we would if we were at the range, or the best way to describe it is, to me, when I guess how my mind processed it was we were at the range shooting targets, and you know how they will literally have the targets turn, and it's either a bad guy or a good guy, you don't know, and they'll threat. And it was literally, I saw that threat, target, and then the muzzle flash from the gun. I don't recall if I fired as I was going back, but I knew where we were at was the worst place you could be, period. There was no other, and it's described, I guess, as a fatal funnel in the academy, but that's exactly what it was. There was nowhere really for us. We were all kind of trapped in that common area, because you have an apartment door behind us, and then a wall here, door in front of us, where the threat's at. The only way to exit is back towards the parking lot. So in my mind, I needed to get out of there as quickly as possible. So I spun out and ran directly back towards where we came from the parking lot area, that I guess past our sidewalk, past the doorway, or I'm sorry, past the stairwell, the common stairwell. As I made the corner to my left, because I know I heard, I never looked back, which may have been a mistake, but I never looked back to Sergeant Mattingly or Lieutenant Hoover. I just heard John say he was hit, or maybe someone said I'm hit or he's hit. I don't recall exactly which. And then the firing had gone back and forth. I guess I skipped all that. I can hear the firing as I'm making the corner. Now I can see, as I now have a better view, I can hear them say he's down or John's down. Almost at the same time, I guess, as I'm rounding that corner. So John said he was down or said I'm hit. And then it almost is like the firing went from boom, 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 boom at the door, or when I'm clearing that hallway, to, it sounded like rapid fire from like an AR-15, which in my mind at the time aligned perfectly with what I had seen. I thought I saw a rifle. I thought I saw someone in a shooting stance with a rifle, with the left hand on the gun and bracing it on the shoulder, and squatted down like in a military style shooting stance. When I made the corner, the firing as it starts to increase, I can see now. I can see the sliding glass doors, the sliding glass doors and blinds or curtains or whatever it was closed. But I can see, because of the darkness inside the apartment, I can see the flashes, the muzzle flashes. So at that time, Sergeant Magley's down. I believe they're either pulling or dragging him, but it sounded like a lot of commotion, like they couldn't get. I didn't know if they were getting John. I didn't know if John was down and they couldn't get his body out, or if he was. But all I could hear was the firing. I saw the flashes. I thought they were just being executed because I knew they were helping John. Because John said, "I'm hit, I'm down," and the gunfire intensified. So I was almost under the impression at the time that they were either all getting sprayed with bullets, or as they were trying to move him out of that breezeway, he was shooting at us through the wall, or them, because I now had a shot, or I now had my only option was to return fire, and I did that to the muzzle flashes. And I want to be specific about this. I had already seen where the threat was. I saw where he was positioned in the hallway. He was at the end of the hallway, and I never went in the apartment other than I stepped a couple feet in with SWAT later on gets that, but he was straight ahead as that door came open. He was all the way back in that hallway, as if his back was to this, he couldn't go any farther in the hallway, and there would have to be a branch off to the bedrooms. So when I made that corner and I heard and saw what I just described, the muzzle flashes, I returned fire at the angle that I believed him to still be shooting from, because I could still see those muzzle flashes and hear it, and the fire increased like almost like an automatic type weapon, or what in my mind was an automatic weapon, was the AR-15. I was certain at that time it was an AR-15. I was returned fire through at that, where the target was, through the sliding glass doors, and it did not stop. I could still see the flashes. I continued to move to my left, and I don't remember if I shot moving or stopped and shot, but I returned fire, and then I continued moving away from the breezeway, and I could now see the bedroom. I don't know if it's a bedroom. The room, the next room over, which would be now, I would be in perfect alignment. I could see the muzzle flash, or I could see the intense like fire flashing through, and the curtains or blinds I think were closed in that room also, but I could see it lighting up the room. That, when I returned fire through that window, whatever room it is, then it stopped immediately. It was almost like the target had stopped firing. So I could see, I guess in my peripheral, so now that I'm positioned outside looking at the sliding glass doors, if they had gotten John out, or if they had doing something between some cars, I don't know if they fell or what was going on, but it sounded like a big old commotion, like people wrestling around on the ground. So I knew there was plenty of people. There was nobody trapped back in the hallway now. I knew there was plenty of people to tend to John. I went to the primary channel. I think I might have got on the wrong channel, because I think I might have got on 3 and it was supposed to be 2, but I got on the primary channel and said a car number, and I said I need some cars to Springdale, officer's been shot. And I specifically remember that I asked for the beat cars to come with, because I knew we were done, all busy tending to John, whether it be getting him out or treating him. I knew Tony had a tourniquet or yelled that he had a tourniquet. I mean, I think Lieutenant Hoover might have said that. But I remember hearing somebody. I never even turned around, I don't think, at any point to look at them, because my attention was addressed on these two windows and the breezeway. I thought the guy was actually advancing, but by the way of the sound of the last shots I heard from inside the apartment, he was advancing out towards us. I was afraid, and I had a super helpless feeling, knowing that I had a handgun, and even though I had my tack vest on, and this guy had an AR-15, that I felt pretty helpless. Like, there's no way we can challenge this guy with an assault rifle. So I watched the windows. As the beat cars started to approach, there's some weird fence in the middle of the parking lot. I don't know how or why, but there's a fence across the parking lot gate. And I could see the beat car, I hear the beat car come up, and I could see his lights. And I think his name's Officer Combs, which I didn't know before this, but I told him to ram the gate. I wanted the car to come down to get to John so he could take him farther out, maybe to the ambulance. And I was super frustrated because EMS was there with us, but EMS was nowhere to be found. And so I called on the radio and said, please tell EMS to come up the hill. The officer's been shot at 10:30, and I think I said that multiple times. And then I repeated on the radio maybe a couple times that we need beat cars with long guns. This guy has an AR-15. And so I took off, or had the new flashlights we were just issued. I actually set it on top of one of the cars and kept it illuminated on just a random car in the parking lot towards the sliding glass door, and then I moved over to cover some the other room windows. Because if that guy comes out or starts shooting back at us, I wanted him to shoot at that flashlight that didn't have me behind it. I wanted him to stay hidden behind cover. It seemed like forever. I know it wasn't, but it seemed like forever. And that officer ended up ramming the gate like I told him to, and got to John. And I think I don't know, they took him farther away, or EMS, maybe to a safer location. But I just maintained a visual on the apartment, and then kind of delegated spots to the beat cars that were showing up with rifles. Everybody spaced out really good, did a really good job. A couple of guys had like tripods in their guns, and everybody got behind cover. And I told them what windows were in play, or what was in play, what apartment we were looking at. I think SWAT came over the radio. I think it was my sergeant, actually. It was Lieutenant Fon is in SWAT. But I think he is the one that came up on the radio and said to me, Brett, can you send me, we're on the way, can you send me pictures of the apartment, like what you have? And so I took, I think, 2 pictures and texted them to my sergeant, so, because he was coming with the SWAT, the rest of the SWAT guys there, so they would know what they were encountering. They were briefed separately from us. They were briefed at SWAT in reference to those three warrants on LA in the same block. I don't know if their knowledge, if any, of our briefing or logistics at that location. So that's what he asked for, and I texted him that picture. We did a call out for anybody left in the apartment or anybody who was in the apartment, and that's when a gentleman, I understand, an African American male subject came out. I think he had a cell phone in his hand. Came out, and we did like a felony walk back, a traffic stop type thing where I had him walk back. The canine officer, Nemo, arrived with his dog, and I think that the guy was not he just wasn't listening. He wasn't doing things that were the opposite. He just was like, it's hard to walk backwards, or that kind of thing. And I don't recall exactly what he said, but I think when the dog got there, he actually started to listen, because the dog was barking or whatever. I put him on his knees in between 2 cars. And I handcuffed him along with another beat officer who I don't know their name. We handcuffed him. I asked him if he was injured. He said it was not. If he needed medical attention, he did not. And I asked him who else was left in the apartment. He said his girlfriend, and I believe he said she was dead inside the apartment. And he's asked me, what was going on or whatever. And I'll refer that conversation to body cam because I think that's all on the patrol list. And I don't remember exactly what I said. It was that conversation. Are you hurt? Needing medical assistance? Who's dead? And he said, my girlfriend is dead inside the apartment. And immediately my mind was like, did we come to something that already happened? That's what flickered in my mind. Did he and his girlfriend have it? Did he kill his girlfriend prior to us getting there? That's what I kind of, in my mind at the time, thought. And he said, no, she was shooting at you with her 9, or her 9mm. I don't remember his exact words, but I'll refer to the body cam. But he said that she was the one that shot at us, and that she was dead in the apartment. The B car, whoever it was, then transported him away. SWAT team arrived. I don't want to say at times that times kind of was a blur, but within maybe five minutes, the SWAT team arrived and they made entry and cleared the rest of the apartment. And I kind of followed in behind them, but I only went maybe into the breezeway, a couple of steps into the breezeway, and they said it was clear, and they started to back out. Back out of the apartment.
So while we're there, let's start off where you left off. You said that you came into the breezeway with SWAT secured the apartment. Did you enter the apartment?
I think I took like 2 steps maybe into the apartment.
Okay. Were you given information related to the apartment or the occupants of the apartment?
I believe somebody said there's a deceased subject here, and I could see directly where I had been prior, where I'd seen the shooter standing. There now was a female laying kind of in a slumped position, and she appeared deceased in that location. But I never went up to her and made contact with her.
At that point, what did you do? Just kind of go through that as far as where you went.
I maybe took 2 steps in, I believe, like where, you would wipe your feet off, and then I think the SWAT guy said it's clear or something that conversation happened, and I turned back around and came back out. I never looked at the apartment.
Where did you go after you left the apartment?
Back out to the parking lot.
Where did you go from there?
I think still remained in the parking lot. I didn't get my car or anything. I was kind of maybe wandering back and forth. I think they had already had John either in the EMS or he was gone at that point.
Did you take any more police action after that?
No.
Did you ultimately end up at the VIU office? Where did you go before the VIU office?
The hospital.
Did you go by yourself, or did you ever make contact with your support or not?
Yeah.
Other than at the VIU office?
I believe, and I don't know everybody's in peer support, but I believe there was one person at the hospital that was from peer support, and then the chief was there, and I checked in with the chief, and he said, we're glad you're okay. And John looks good, or John's gonna make it, that type of thing, because the chief was there prior to me getting there. And I spoke with him there at right outside John's room. I went in, John's family was there, and I think Detective McKinney, and John was conscious. I think he was probably medicated or something sort of it. I gave him a hug, telling him he was good, and that was gradually get off.
We had a couple of photos here, and they're both of the same area. The first photo is labeled for the record, photo number 1. It is a photo of the entire area, where the incident location took place. So we've labeled the actual apartment building where the incident occurred is apartment or building A or A, and then the gate for reference B. As you see, there's I wouldn't say considerable distance, but it is a little ways from the apartment, the gate and separates the two different apartment communities. Prior to the incident, when you all were making your approach in your vehicles, how would you characterize the apartment living community to get to this point? Is it easily accessed, or is it?
It's extremely difficult and confusing. I personally we had done a search warrant when I was in a major case a couple years prior on the street here, and I do not remember the name of it, but I remember passing it, like, hey, we've done a warrant at the dead end of this street, and I think there's a church or something down here at the dead end. And I remember passing that, and I said, that looks familiar. And we came actually up this hill, and I'm not good with directions, I think that's north.
Maybe east.
East, okay. We came, I guess, south, up St. Anthony maybe, and I'm not good with third division at all. Up St. Anthony and up a hill, and then we actually came up here and came all the way across, and then we winded down through. It was kind of like, where, this cannot be this way. That's why I was thinking I was maybe the last or second to last car in the stack of cars, or the caravan, but we ended up, so building A is here. I parked maybe right near the end of the building. There's a dumpster here, and I parked in just a regular parking place here. But we came from, to answer your question, I guess.
No, you are.
Okay.
It is. It's a hard place to get to.
Right. We were in this kind of south, and this is where I unloaded from. And they kind of pulled up more, just parked in the middle, but kind of like that place there, just kind of up there. I found an open parking place and parked in that spot.
You talked about a rendezvous point beforehand, and to your knowledge was, and you said this, Mike Campbell was the eyes, he had eyes on the target location.
Right. He was the one that was familiar with the case. Like I said, we were kind of summoned because they just needed bodies, and they specifically needed a dog for each location. So that's why. But he was the point of contact, and I believe the DO for that address.
And this photo here, photo number 2, is just a closer up of the actual building where the incident took place. This so I'll identify it. For the record, this opening here is the breezeway that leads into the apartments in question, particularly the apartment number 4. And to describe the apartment building, it's a 2-story apartment building, and there's 4 apartments upstairs and there's 4 apartments downstairs, totaling a number of 8 apartments. And this building is split in half. If you looked at the building at the top, there would be, because of the layout, as you saw that night, apartment 4 was on the east side of that opening, and then apartment 5 would be on the west side, and then there's 2 apartments on the north side, 3 and 2. Right. No. But I didn't mean to say 5. So it's 1, 2, 3, and 4. So there's dwellings behind on the one side of the apartment, and there's dwellings on the south side, so north and south, that's dwellings, apartment dwellings. So you guys you guys are approaching the target location, and then you all enter this breezeway or opening to access, to get to where the door is. So as you said, you're not completely in the very back of the stack, but you're in the rear of the stack, if you will. And for simplicity purposes, we're going to talk about the door in question, apartment 4. We'll look at it as we're looking at the door, so left and right side. So before we ever get to the entry, you guys you have a verbal exchange with a resident on the 2nd floor. Can you go into detail about that exchange? I mean, God, as much as you remember.
I remember he came out and he wanted to know kind of aggressively or not friendly, like, it wasn't like a nosy neighbor, it was more of a, I guess, questioning us as to why we were there, or I don't remember the exact conversation, except I told him personally to go back in his apartment numerous times, police, and I feel like he shut the door and then opened it right back up. And I told him again to go back to the apartment, and that's when Sergeant Mattingly said, just ignore him, or whatever the case was, because he had came out, and he wasn't out over top of us, he was more, I could see him in his doorway, but he had maybe taken a couple of steps out of the apartment.
And you described him as a black man in his 50s, so he's an older guy?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you meant older, did you mean like gray hair older, or just
his
facial?
Facial was older. I don't remember if he had any hair.
So were you looking up
at the top of, like, were you further down by the steps, or was you looking?
I was maybe, as the steps go up, I was maybe halfway back the steps and looking up at him so we can see each other and address each other. They were kind of under, that part of the stack was under, so they couldn't even see him to address him. I think it was maybe me and Detective Campbell were the only ones that I remember could see him.
So if you have your verbal exchange with the second floor resident, and at some point, Mattingly or whoever decides, this is drawing too much attention away from what we're supposed to focus on. And then, how long do you think you guys knocking it down on the door as far as you're verbalizing that you're pleased that you have legal authority to be there, search warrant?
I kept, some other people had said it, I believe, or announced also, but I remember saying it at least 5 to 6, 7 times, and in that time frame, it probably took, because of the exchange or interruption, I guess, from this guy, we waited maybe 30 to 45 seconds for somebody to come to the door, and nobody came to the door.
So there was a decision made by LMPD that you guys weren't going to wait longer than you know. That's true.
And I don't know if Sergeant Magley made that call or Lieutenant Hoover made that call, but they were further up in the staff than I was.
So the time of entry, or the time of force is put on the door, what I'd like to do is, to the best of your knowledge, so if this is the door, okay, and to the left you have who?
I think Sergeant Mattingly, Lieutenant Hoover, Tony James, and I remember Tony James, I forgot to say this in the other part of it, I think it's relevant. Tony James, when we were walking up, I believe Tony James had a bunker, or a shield, that's a ballistic shield, which we rarely, if ever, carry, and I don't even know who has one, except people that are assigned to SWAT teams, but I remember Tony had one when we were walking up to the apartment after we got out of the cars. They're all to my left that I can remember. I don't remember where Miles was at the time, or Detective Cosgrove, if he's to my right or left, but I feel like he was behind Nobles, closer to where I was. And Nobles is the one with the door to his right is ramming from his left side to right side.
So would you be in front of Miles Cosgrove or behind him? Because we're talking about a 30, we'll just give it, I don't know the exact measurement, but we'll do the max. It's a 36-inch door opening. So it's basically about so maybe if not the exact width of this table. And we know Mattingly was on the left-hand side because he had first light, right? And Nobles had already breached the door. And the door, for the rest, the door handle was on the right-hand side, therefore the hinge, the swinging mechanism was on the left-hand side, so it opened right to left. Is that correct?
I do not know.
So just, yeah, we'll just say that's the way it opens. So at that point, we have Sergeant Mattingly, Tony James, or Lieutenant Hoover in somewhat unknown order. Now on the right side of the door, we have Knowles, who has the breaching tool, is not armed because he has a breaching tool. And is it you then, Cosgrove, or is it Cosgrove and you?
I don't know if we were standing beside each other, or we switched or we moved when Nobles came back, and if we moved around him. I can't say if Miles is on my right or left because I don't know.
Okay. So once the door is breached and it's opened, tell us about that again.
Sure. As soon as the door was breached, I came either from the ready or down up to the ready, and that's like I described with the targets at the range. It was like an immediate threat, and I saw a large figure and hunched down with what appeared to be a long rifle, and I saw the large muzzle blast and got the percussion from the gun. I think that's a combination of a bunch of things. The sound had nowhere to go, and the fact that it was a direct one shot to us.
So help me understand this. So I'm going to stand out just for a visual. So if this is a door opening, we know Mattingly is somewhere in this, on the left-hand side, because remember, we're always referring to it as looking at the door. Nobles has now done his job, he's out of the way. Are you right here next to Mattingly, or is it Cosgrove and then you? Because remember, we basically have just enough room for about 2 people.
I knew John was to my left, that's all I remember.
Okay.
And when I came around, I don't know if he came in as I did, or he was already standing in that light, or the opening of the door. So I don't remember if much, if any, from this edge of the door to that wall, if there's hardly any room at all. Maybe there was, I don't know if it's flat, or there's some room for them, for Tony and John to stand off the side, so they're at least a little offset from the door, I don't know.
So at the point that entry is beginning, you see muzzle flash and what you think is a long rifle pointed at you.
A large figure in the shooting stance with a rifle.
And could you tell, who or what that figure was? Or did you, assume that it was a person, or?
It appeared to be a person, but like I said before, it was dark in the apartment. So I think when I got that muzzle flash, it illuminated maybe the silhouette of all I could see was the fire from the muzzle, and I could see a large figure that it appeared to be in a military style, like shooting stance. Like it was just, they were waiting on us to get that last few hits in to get the door up to fire.
So at that point, and again, I want you to correct me if I'm saying something that's not right. At that point, you referenced in what you said earlier, is that, are you aware or not aware that Mattingly's been shot? You just know that the threat's being used against you.
I saw the threat and heard it, but like I told you, I knew we were in a crappy position where we were at, because we could not get off the sides or get out of the line of fire easily. So that's when I do not remember if I addressed the threat with gunfire, or if I just spun around and get out of there when I felt the, because I knew that was where I was going to stand that spot much longer, being for obvious reasons. And as I'm clearing, coming down the breezeway, I either hear mention of, like I referred to earlier, somebody where John said I've been hit, and they were down.
So at that point, you know that a threat has been used against you, and now that an officer has been shot.
Correct. I knew both of those things prior to making this corner, I guess, on the packet.
So you come out, and then, for a visual, for me, you have a stairwell that's open, and what I mean by open is that there's metal steps that you see through, and you now come up to this point, which you can't see it from the shadow in the picture, but the staircase comes down, and are you standing right here? I'm not gonna let you.
I made this corner, and I don't even know what this thing is right here, but.
This is it's kind of hard to see because it's a satellite picture, but this is like a handicap ramp, and there's not much of it. It's maybe a single step down, which you can see right here, and then this is the sidewalk. And this is just like a void area, like maybe they had some like decorative rock or some landscape rock or whatever in there. So, again, and this is just on memory, are you more like right here as this is after what you just stated, and then I want you to go back through again, what you did once you got to that point.
Sure, I came out, I hooked this in, and I don't remember how far I came out. I wouldn't think I would have came far enough into the lot, like to the actual paved portion, like the flat top. And I returned, because I knew my threat was here, we were here. I returned my threat through at the muzzle flashes that were illuminating this sliding glass door right in front of me.
So when you're standing, you're literally, when you say right in front of you, it is literally right in front of you, like it's the sidewalk is attached to the patio that we're speaking about. So as you're standing right here, glass door, you see obvious muzzle flash inside the apartment.
Right. I see muzzle flash still, and this is the point where I think it actually increased, where I kind of got caught up a minute ago, because I don't think they had gotten him out of this breezeway yet, and it actually intensified. It went from, I don't even want to estimate how many shots, but it was a volley of shots, and then it was a pum, 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 pum. And I was, like I said, I thought they were taking fire here down, because I knew they were on a shitty spot. And whether he was shooting at them through this wall, I didn't know at the time, but I kind of felt like they were sitting ducks. So that's when I returned fire, like I said, through here. And I don't know if I stopped to return fire or if I was shot. I feel like I shot from two different locations. I shot a volley of shots here, and then when I moved over to closer to here, those red cars parked at, I can still see this light lighting up in the hallway or bed, whatever room this is. This window lighting up, flashes and gunfire. And that's when I decided to put additional rounds through here, because I knew the threat was straight on from this door and straight across from this window. That's the last place I saw the guy shooting with the gun. And that's where I felt at that time to protect myself, to protect my partners that had already been shot. I returned fire through the window. And as soon as I returned fire through that window, the threat stopped. The gunfire stopped. Ceased.
So at that point, you just, back out, take a position of cover, and then as you stated, you just kind of fill a job. Other guys were, treating Sergeant Madeline for his injury, and you just provided cover.
Correct. They triaged him here. I think there was some cars parked here in these spots. They triaged him somewhere out here, and then I think once the beat turned up, I think they moved him that way. But I never paid much. Not that I didn't care, obviously, but because I knew they had their job to do was take care of him, get him out of the area. I also knew none of them were talking on the radio. I didn't hear anybody, so I wanted to know why EMS was still down here at the church, and we needed them up here, obviously, because it was kind of confusing, I know, for everybody, the directions to get up there. And then I dispatched, or as the officers there, I kind of gave them a job or told them what was in play. I also, what I skipped over earlier is that I was also afraid we were going to have, I wasn't familiar with this complex. Had I ever been there, I don't think, to my recollection, I've never been to this complex. I did not know that this apartment didn't end here, somewhere in the middle. I was afraid this guy or whoever, girl or guy or whoever, the shooter was going to go up, because I know for a fact he didn't have the back covered, which I thought was weird. Why didn't he have the back covered? I might have seen somebody around back or yelled at on the radio, we need the back covered. But that was my concern, the guy was going to be gone out the back window, because I did not know where that complex ended on that side.
Would you say you had very little information in it, really, at all?
Just what I gained from the briefing.
I mean, was the briefing detailed? Other than, the obvious, the target, the location itself?
I feel like we had more information about the Elliott address. Those are pretty detailed. But honestly, I didn't, other than the names, which I knew none of the names they mentioned, I think they had their names or pictures up on the board. I was not familiar with any of them. I never been in contact with them.
And during that briefing, maybe not the briefing, but did you all, from the briefing on, how did you all consider this location? I heard it referred to as a soft location or soft target.
That's what it was referred to a couple times. And I think the reason for that is that the SWAT was not going to do this. They knew that she had been getting packages delivered here. And I believe they had followed a target or two to or from this place. I was given that at the briefing, but I didn't know any further anything about that. The guys I was with, we were all we're all in CID, we're all over at Narcotics, but we were all kind of the older guys were put with it because this was going to be the easy location. I felt that's my opinion.
Right, so the CID is broken into smaller little groups.
Right.
And you're not in the group that had the investigation pertaining to this location.
And neither was anybody there. We were just kind of a hodgepodge of people thrown together, but the place-based contact was Detective.
And this location was, even the lead considered not a real, high priority.
Right, I think there was if I remember correctly, they either set the score out loud or the score on the matrix was minimal, right? Which doesn't require a SWAT consultation or a SWAT to do it. So, yes, approaching that, or especially when we're down here at the church, I guess your question is, did I anticipate it as a soft entry? Yes. And we don't use that term very often because usually it's an unknown. Right. And then there's a high risk, and then the SWAT does that. But it was a female, little or no record, and I don't believe she had a history of any guns or firearms or anything like that at all.
Did you get much information about the apartment itself, like the location, the parking lot, the building?
I believe there was a picture of it on the board. It may have been in the front of the board, maybe it was a Google photo, I don't know. But we knew it was a fourplex. I knew it was the door to the right, I knew we had a VO. I don't remember anything out of the ordinary that would make me believe there was a reason this would have been a problematic or a tactical situation would have arisen from the Breonna.
And then the other guys that you were with, do you normally work with them?
I do not. They were all in, they're all in different units from me, I think. Everybody, whatever we try to name it, but everybody's kind of sprinkled around from the airport unit to crew to VCS to command center.
And then just so I'm correct here, and I understand this, is that, you based the information you forwarded on to patrol and when patrolmen showed up, the rifle information based off something you visually saw, which is why you disseminated that information for officer safety and told officers when they responded. Is that correct?
Yes, and the reason I did that was, like you said, what I saw, 100% sure that guy had, at that time, 100% sure he had a long gun. And I knew it wasn't a shotgun. I'm kind of familiar with shotguns from hunting as a kid, and I knew it was not a shotgun. One, because shotguns don't shoot that fast and don't shoot with the same percussion. And when the beat cars would come out, I did not want the beat cars to pull up here and start taking long rifle rounds. I wanted them to come up mentally prepared to be able to challenge from a distance with a long gun with a long gun. Obviously, you don't want the pea shooter like I had behind the car taking cover. I didn't want to put them in danger. I wanted them to tactically be safe because I knew all my guys were gone, or I felt like they had moved from here that way, either with the
Evacuate man, minutes, right?
Because that was, and I felt like I was the only one left. I don't know who else stayed with me at the time. I think maybe Miles was still there, but he was off, maybe kind of giving directions to the guys coming in, because obviously in the B car, you come up, you're coming at 10:30, officer's been shot, you don't have any idea, it's chaos, but I wanted them to know what the threat, this was a threat, this was a threat, this was a threat in the hallway. Because I really thought the guy was advancing either as we were leaving or as they were getting down out that hallway, and I was fearful he would just come out with the rifle.
So do you know if anything was moved around the scene when you were out there for just, when you guys were out walking around for safety? Was the scene altered at all?
I know that I did not know how many shots. I did not count them. I think some people actually count in their head while they're shooting, but I did not count, or that wasn't even a priority, obviously. But when I moved back, after I fired, when I moved back from cover, I wanted to reload. So on one of these car trunks or hoods, I don't remember which it was, or what exactly it was, I kept my eyes up and kept reloading, and then I put I just didn't drop it, I don't know, but I put my magazine from my gun back into one of my pouches, so the empty well in my magazine well on my gun belt, and so I had a full mag if he continues to come out and advance toward us.
And this is after you completed your fire?
Correct.
And you said you went from there to the hospital. Did you secure your dog? Did you take him home?
He stays. No, he stays with me. He can stay back there for hours. He's used to me. Sometimes right now for 5 hours, and I get a break. So we didn't stop and take a restroom break or anything.
So when you come back to PAE, you still have your dog?
Correct. Yeah.
Did you review any body cam footage related to this at all?
You know,
Not you like pulling your account up, but like, were you able to review it in any form or fashion?
I don't know how to pull up other, I guess you can pull up other people's body cam, but I'm not real good about that, like how to do it anyway.
Is there any questions we have not asked you or any other information you have that may be beneficial in this case? Is there anything you want to state for the record before we end? Is everything you told me the truth to the best of your knowledge? In the statement, the time is 16:12.
I would be courteous and shake everybody's hand, but with the courteous name, it seems to be fixed. So I guess I'll tell you first. Oh, I'm sorry.
Council, this may be a good time for us to take a break. We've been going for a little while. So ladies and gentlemen, why don't we take a 15-minute break? It's 11:15. We'll return to court at 11:30. Here's some more testimony, and then we'll probably break for lunch in about an hour after that. Please remember the separation admonition.
All rise for the pledge of allegiance.
right, ladies and gentlemen, anything to report from the break? All right, very good. Then we'll resume the testimony. Go ahead, please.
So we have admitted, this video statement is Exhibit 123.
Any objection to?
No, Judge.
All right, it will be so admitted.
Just one more question, Sergeant Vance. In the course of your investigation, you determined the defendant's date of birth and his age at the time of this incident, these charges.
Yes,
And how old was he?
44.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
All right, cross-examination?
Yes, thank you, Judge. Sergeant, you testified that you were notified about 1 a.m. of this incident at 3003 Springfield, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what time did you arrive there, do you know?
Approximately 01:49 hours.
Did you come straight from your home, I assume?
I did.
When you arrived, you said you secured the scene by getting people out of it, correct?
Correct.
Do you know how many people were in the scene at that point?
I cannot recall, but they were commanding officers while I was speaking about. Uniformed commanding officers.
That's who you were, how many people in general were around the area, if you know?
I don't know.
Is there a mixture of a lot of law enforcement officers and civilians?
There was no civilians. I wouldn't describe it as a lot. I just would, maybe a couple of uniformed officers or commanding officers that were either from that 3rd Division, which is where the incident occurred, or a part of the CID.
You know that there was a large presence immediately after the shooting occurred, correct? From your investigation?
Are you speaking about the family?
No, I'm speaking about law enforcement officers. A
Oh.
lot of uniformed officers,
Absolutely, yes.
and they were mostly gone by the time you got there?
No, because what had happened was as they responded to the scene, I mean, the logistics of 50 plus police cars, you can't just, some people just can't immediately leave because they're dependent on others moving their vehicles. So there was a line of marked LMPD cars all down that street, leading up to that gate that was breached in the incident.
Okay. It sounds like there were shell casings all over the place also, correct?
So the shell casings immediately exterior immediately south of apartment 4, yes.
You testified yesterday, I believe, about a number of shell casings that have been related to LMPD officers who fired, and you, I believe, also testified there were a number of old shell casings around also.
Correct.
Do you know approximately how many total shell casings were recovered right around 3003 Springfield?
In relation or not in relation to the shooting?
Total.
I'd have to reference the CSU reports, but it was numerous.
Like 50 or 100, or do you know?
If you include the casings that were in the breezeway and the LMPD casings that were in the breezeway and in the parking lot, there was 10 casings in the parking lot not associated to the shooting, and there was 22 in the breezeway, and then one in the foyer opening of the door.
Okay.
But there was, as you stated, and I'm agreeing with you, that there was weathered or other casings not associated to the incident.
And you don't know how many of those were around?
Again, I could reference a report if you'd like.
Well, could you do it in a second, or is it going to take you a while? Because it's not that important.
There was numerous.
Okay. Well, again, is numerous 100 or is it
No,
10?
it's maybe 8 if I guessed.
Okay.
But I have that right there, but
Okay.
if time's an issue.
Would you agree with me that, first of all, when a weapon is discharged, a semi-automatic weapon is discharged, that's what LMPD carries, correct?
Yes.
Semi-automatic pistol. When that is discharged, what happens with the casing that the bullet came out of?
It discharges from the right side of the weapon, and if the weapon is at somewhat of a 90 degree angle, it would discharge to the right and rear of that weapon.
And does it discharge automatically? The officer doesn't have to do anything to make it discharge, correct?
If there's not a malfunction in the handgun, if, there's lots of variables, yes, it will discharge by itself.
And when those casings are discharged, do they end up in a little pile at the officer's feet?
No.
What happens with them?
Really, anything's possible.
They go all over the place,
They go all over the
right?
place, yes.
Okay. And then when they're on the ground and there are a lot of people around, they can be kicked around too also, correct?
Absolutely.
Now, you said when you arrived, you slowed everything down. I wrote that down yesterday, I think.
Correct.
What did you mean by that?
So, one of the first things that PIU does when, like I said yesterday, when we got on scene, is that we want to try to one is remove all non-PIU personnel out of the scene unless we need uniform or plainclothes there to help us secure the scene. And I know I keep referencing secure the scene, but as we go about processing the scene, we don't want other LMPD members inside that scene that would, not prevent, but like inhibit us to do and come and go as we process the scene. So that's what I meant was removing uniformed officers from the scene, speaking about this incident, and slowing everything down, and specifically notating, whether it be just physically observing the scene. I'm speaking not just about myself, but other PIU investigators. Physically notating some obvious defect, obvious evidence, ballistic evidence, whatever it is, and taking an overall in that scene is what that consists of.
I think yesterday you also mentioned that there are lots of emotions among the officers. Is that correct?
In every officer-involved shooting up that I've investigated, which is between 30 and 40 in 5 years that because PIU, Public Integrity, also investigates other jurisdictions or other police departments within Jefferson County. But every officer-involved shooting that I've ever investigated, typically officers, not just the officers involved, but other officers are typically, their emotions are high because of the obvious critical incident that just occurred. So yes.
In officer-involved shootings, critical incidents can involve either an officer shooting somebody or an officer being shot, correct?
Correct.
And when an officer is shot, brother and sister officers are also very emotional about that. Is that a fair statement on my part?
It is.
Okay. Now, you indicated PIU, that's you, right? Public Integrity Unit?
At the time of this incident, it was, yes.
And PIU does a criminal investigation, or it's referred to as a criminal investigation, of the officers who discharged their weapons and any other officers that may have been involved, correct?
And not just the officers, we handle both sides of it. So if there's a civilian that commits a crime during that officer-involved shooting, we would investigate that as well.
Okay. And then CSU is the crime scene unit, is that what that stands for?
Yes.
And they come up and process the scene, correct?
At our discretion.
And you called them into 3003 Springfield, I presume?
Yes.
And do you know what time they arrived?
It would be sometime before 0521 hours, because that's when we started video, and that's the first process in the scene processing. We take no audio, just a strict video without audio, video recording of the scene, and then that's how we began our scene process.
So that would have been approximately 5 hours after the actual incident, correct?
Yeah, close.
And by that time, there had been multiple officers and people in and out of the scene?
No. So when I arrived, and I believe that me and Sergeant Wilder arrived pretty close to each other, that's when, like I testified, Sergeant Lee was there momentarily. He had already ascertained some information. So what we did was we removed everyone from the scene that was not a part of the PIU unit. So from that point forward, other than, as I recall, other than one uniformed officer that was standing in the breezeway, and we had uniformed officers on the outside of the police tape, trying to secure that area, preventing people from coming in. But we attempted to keep all LMPD personnel out of that scene.
When did you leave the scene? Do you know?
Would have been sometime like almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
So were you there the entire time that CSU was there?
I absolutely was.
Okay. Well, I think you testified yesterday that some of Kenneth Walker's family came to the scene. That was right about the time you arrived. Is that correct, or were they already there?
I think that I think it was pretty close to when I arrived, because obviously they had already been notified of it. They probably got notified of it before I did.
And how about any of Breonna Taylor's relatives?
So during the course of the conversation with Mr. Walker's family, they contacted Mrs. Palmer by phone, and then they arrived. It would be a guess, maybe 10 or 15 minutes later.
And you kept them out of the scene, correct?
We did.
Were they ever granted access to it, to your knowledge?
Not until the scene was released around 1:30 in the afternoon.
Of March 13th, correct?
Yes.
And when I say granted access, you let them go into the apartment, correct?
So part of the police department's responsibility is they don't want to, police departments don't just release property. And in this case, the individuals that either occupied the property were deceased or were in police custody. So it would be inappropriate for the police department to just leave a property open to allow it to, or subject it to potential theft or whatever. So during a communication process with Ms. Palmer, I told her that I would contact her when we conclude this scene investigation and let her come back and secure the apartment. And a part of that, we actually contacted the apartment complex management, and they contacted an LMPD member, Officer Donovan Duncan, who is a courtesy officer there at the community. So he was there, and the two, property management personnel, and Ms. Palmer, and a couple other family members, if I recall.
And that was at 1:30 in the afternoon?
Somewhere around there, yes.
Okay. Now, you recovered a total of 10 casings that you related to Brett Hankison's weapon, correct?
Spent casings, yes.
Spent casings, yes. And I believe you testified that CSU, I guess it was CSU, recovered 6 bullets that they related to Brett's gun, correct?
So we recovered more projectiles than that, but associated to the defendant's handgun was the 6 projectiles we spoke about.
That were recovered by LMPD.
During the scene process, PIU investigators identified and or CSU technicians. So typically what happens is, as PIU investigators, if it's obvious evidence, we're going to put a marker down. If it's out sitting on carpet or laying on carpet, we put a marker down, photograph it, collect it. But as we went through the apartment and identified evidence that wasn't obvious to just a casual eye, we would stop, call CSU tech, photograph it, and the CSU tech would collect it in the manner that they collect evidence.
To your knowledge, were any of the bullets that were recovered, none of them came from Breonna Taylor's body, correct?
No.
And it's been determined, to your knowledge, that none of Brett Hankison's bullets made contact with Breonna?
Yes.
Okay. And it was my understanding, correct, I think you testified that later on, some months later, the FBI came and recovered additional bullets that were attached to Brett Hankison's weapon, correct?
Yes, and if I may speak about that.
Sure.
So the FBI came in, I'm not sure when, I wasn't a part of it. They actually just took down structure, which is not typical. I can say this is the only case in my 16 years of working for LMPD, and of the 16 years, the 13 of those years, I've been in an investigative position. I've never seen structure removed to the point, as it was in this case, to collect projectiles.
Okay. You indicated that apartment 4, that's Breonna Taylor's apartment, was searched completely, I think you said, by
Yes.
CSU, correct?
CSU and PIU investigated.
CSU and PIU. And I think you used the term, you methodically went through the apartment, correct?
Correct.
In your investigation, did you later, well, first of all, you're not aware of an AR-15 rifle or any kind of rifle being recovered in apartment 4, correct?
No, there was not an AR-15 rifle in the apartment.
Okay. But Brett Hankison told you that during his statement we just watched, that he perceived that there was an AR being fired at the officers at the door, correct?
Correct.
Did you later learn in your investigation that, well, first off, what kind of ammunition does an AR-15 fire?
It could be 223 or 5.56, but it's high velocity ammunition.
223 being a caliber, correct?
Yes, yes.
Did you later learn during your investigation, or at some time in your investigation, learn that a 223 spent casing had been recovered in Janiyah Palmer's bedroom?
I was later told after PIU was removed, I wouldn't say removed, but after PIU had completed their portion of this incident, that a spent casing was brought to the FBI by a civil attorney that they stated was found inside apartment 4.
Inside, well, I'm sorry?
Apartment 4.
Apartment 4, and that's Breonna Taylor's apartment. Do you know specifically it was found in Breonna Taylor's sister's bedroom?
I didn't know that. I just knew that I was told it was found in an apartment. They didn't specify like where.
And was that the bedroom through the window, the bedroom window that was the window that Brett Hankison fired through the window to that bedroom?
So if it came from the sister's bedroom, yes, then that would have been the bedroom.
Thank you. You also mentioned during your testimony that you found bullet holes in the ceiling of apartment 4, correct?
Yes. So the two defects in the ceiling were in the transitioning from. It's almost like they were parallel to this. So if you're standing in the door and you look, if you were to take a gun and you go straight up, it would be in direct line with someone standing in the door and shot into the ceiling at that angle. If that makes sense.
And those bullets went through the ceiling of the Breonna Taylor apartment into the apartment above it, and then through the ceiling of that apartment, through the attic, and out the roof.
At least one of them went through the roof. That's what I was told.
Okay. And you said, I think, that those were determined or to have been fired by Sergeant John Mattingly, correct?
I think it's likely that, I don't think I can say definitively, but it was likely that based off his account of his shooting, that they were associated to his shots he fired.
Was apartment 8 occupied by anybody
It was,
at the time of the shooting?
yes.
Has anybody been charged with reference to firing into that apartment with wanton endangerment?
I'm not aware of it.
Okay. You also testified with reference to the statement that Brett Taylor provided to you. I keep saying Brett Taylor, I mean Brett Hankison. That you follow the force science model. Can you explain a little bit to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the force science model is?
So Force Science is a company that's done exhaustive research, peer-reviewed research in critical incidents of law enforcement, and not just different aspects of critical incidents, and have come up with data, if you will, that measures all kinds of different data points as far as human motion within that incident. And also as far as like the cognitive part of it. So as far as like how officers recall things and what is conducive to get or obtain as much information from officers in critical incidents. Done exhaustive over 20 years of research. So we follow that model based on the data that they've collected that's peer reviewed. It's confirmed, if you will. And we do that to ascertain as much about the incident as we can from the officers. Because immediately, if you were to get a consensual interview after, immediately after an incident, you take a chance of the officer, obviously, because it's a critical incident, not recalling all the pertinent facts of the shooting. So 2 sleep cycles, and in this case, there was other factors. There was an injured officer, and an attorney represented all 3 of them. So we were dependent on scheduling. There was, it was up to them. So we went by their schedule, and that's why there was a delay, if you will, of 12 days between the incident and when the interviews occurred.
And Brett Hankison showed up whenever the arrangements were made and gave the statement we just watched, correct?
Correct.
And your experience in the force science model indicates that you would get a more accurate statement sometime after the incident rather than right within hours of the incident, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Let's change gears here for just for a minute. During the course of your investigation, did you learn that Brett Hankison continued to perform police-related duties?
Yes, so as part of reviewing the enormous amount of body cam footage, I did not personally review all of it. I reviewed some of it. Every investigator in public integrity unit worked on this case for months, some for, beyond 6 months. But yes, I did review body cam footage or wearable video, and I was made aware through those video recordings of some of the actions that the defendant took.
Did you learn that he put out the initial radio broadcast of an officer shot and letting other people know, the people specifically on Elliott?
Yes.
Okay. And did you learn that he called for the EMS unit?
Yes.
And did you learn that he called for officers with long guns?
Yes, he articulated on the radio that there was a rifle involved to responding officers.
And does LMPD standard operating procedure policies require that if you have a barricaded subject with a weapon that you should bring long guns and set up a perimeter around the area?
I'm not sure. I'm not aware that it specifically says that. I think the policy states that SWAT should be contacted. Is that what you mean?
Well, do you know if there's a policy about long guns with the LMPD?
I'm sure there is, but sitting here, I'm not. I don't remember exactly what it is. So if you're referencing like when a long gun it's appropriate for a long gun to be deployed, it would be in a situation like that, if that's what you mean.
Well, that's what I mean, but I also am asking you if you're familiar with the policy of LMPD that requires that long guns be deployed in a situation like that.
Yes.
And Brett Hankison called for long guns, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
But I didn't want to say, I couldn't recall verbatim what the policy stated, and that's why I said what I said.
Okay. And I think you testified, or are you aware, as Brett Hankison testified in his statement we just saw, that he actually took a photograph of 3003 Springfield Drive and texted it to Sergeant Fan on Elliott?
Yes, he communicated that to Sergeant Fallon, yes.
And then when did you discover in your investigation that Brett Hankison directed the first officer with a marked unit on the scene to ram the gate?
Yes,
That was Brett Hankison that did that, correct?
yes.
And did you discover that Brett Hankison directed responding officers to set up a perimeter around the building, including the rear of it?
Yes,
And you know that, and I think you testified, Brett Hankison was involved in calling Kenneth Walker out of the apartment, correct?
correct,
And Kenneth Walker was called out of the apartment without any injury being inflicted on him, correct?
correct,
And Brett Hankison assisted in handcuffing him, correct?
correct.
And then, I think during your investigation, did you discover that Brett Hankison actually walked up to the door of apartment 4 after SWAT had arrived?
Yes, he walked through the threshold and spoke with Sergeant Hogan.
And do you know what he was talking to Sergeant Hogan about?
He was asking about a weapon.
He was asking about a weapon, and didn't he also ask if there was a dead person inside?
Yes,
And were you aware that he had been told by Kenneth Walker as he called him out that Breonna Taylor had discharged the weapon with the bullet that hit Sergeant Mattingly?
yes,
So would it be logical in your mind that he might want to confirm or figure out whether Kenneth Walker was telling the truth?
yes,
And then you learned, I believe, that Brett Hankison went to the University of Louisville Hospital, correct?
correct.
And I understand that it's probably proper policy and procedure for an officer involved in a shooting to immediately go to PIU, correct? Or
It is policy.
be taken to PIU.
Yeah, he's supposed to be escorted by peer support.
And do you know when Brett Hankison was ever contacted by peer support?
I didn't physically witness that. I know that he had contact with a peer support commanding officer at the hospital.
At the
But
hospital?
on scene, I did not witness him physically make contact with peer support.
Do you find any fault with Brett Hankison going to the U of L hospital to check on his brother officer and his friend John Mattingly before he went to PIU?
I do. I think it's important for the process and critical incidents that he or she, the officer, speaking on the officer, follow the procedure of the peer support, get an escort, and is taken back to the public integrity unit. But as PIU, and I want to explain this, PIU investigators, we cannot be put in an administrative row. Although we are commanding officers on the department, we are there to investigate the criminal investigation. We don't like to be put in positions where we have to act as a administrative sergeant, if that makes sense, where you're telling officers, you're giving them direct orders, so you're kind of flipping over to that other side, if you will.
So, yeah, somebody at the hospital probably or obviously told him to respond to PIU, correct?
Yes,
And to your knowledge, he did that.
yes.
And at PIU, what happened there?
So typically, what should happen is the involved officers are taken back to the public integrity unit. They're photographed. They have an attorney present. They have a peer support escort with them the whole time. There's probable cause to remove their clothing for evidentiary purposes or anything. That's done. Their weapons are collected as evidence. Their their projectiles or their bullets, their unspent ammunition's collected. Their magazines are collected. They're photographed head to toe. If it's applicable, their gun belts taken. Their weapon mounted lights taken. Their taser might be taken. It just depends on the scenario of the critical incident.
And all that was done with Brett Hankison, correct?
Yes.
And then he's sent home? Or
He would consult with his attorney and FOP, and maybe not in the public integrity unit, but I'm not sure what they would do because it's outside of my scope of what my responsibilities are.
Sergeant, are you familiar with LMPD standard operating procedure reference to conduct unbecoming?
Speaking of specifically what?
Speaking of,
The entire policy?
well, speaking of one of the subsections of the policy is that conduct unbecoming, or there's a special word, cowardice, that is conduct unbecoming, correct?
Correct.
And cowardice refers to cowardice of an officer to do his duty and be present and do things, correct?
Yes, it's to act when he's lawfully required to, yes.
And your investigation revealed that while Brett Hankison was not tending to John Mattingly, he was doing all kinds of other police-related activities right after that shooting, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Anything on redirect?
Moment.
I'm sorry?
When you were on the scene at 3003 Springfield, did you find Brett Hankison's flashlight? Or did you find a flashlight on the hood of a car?
I don't recall that. It could have been on Detective Cosgrove's car. Is that what you're referencing?
Well, no, in the statement, Brett said that he put his flashlight on the hood of a car or the trunk of a car in order to direct fire if it was going to come from inside the apartment toward that rather than toward officers in the parking lot. Did you personally find, or do you know if anybody found that flashlight?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Thank you.
Ms. Whaley?
Did you all find any AR-15 casings, as you said, a 223, anywhere in that apartment 4 that night?
No, ma'am.
Did you find any AR, now if you're shooting an AR-15, I'm assuming there's bullets coming out of it, correct?
Yes.
So did you all find any AR-15 bullet defects anywhere in apartment 4?
There was no defects in any trajectories or shooting from east to west. That means from, the inside the residence to the entry door and beyond. There was no defect around the door apartment 1 and that vinyl siding. There's no defect at all.
If an AR-15 was fired from the end of that hallway toward the front door, it's a powerful weapon, is it not?
It's a high velocity round, yes.
Did you find any evidence of AR-15 bullets in the breezeway, or as you said, the wall of apartment 1 across from apartment 4?
No.
And did you find any AR-15 bullets laying around?
No.
Did anyone get shot with an AR-15 that night?
No, ma'am.
The only bullet you all collected that was related to John Mattingly's being hit in the leg was the bullet you found by marker 37 that came from the 9mm under the bed in the south bedroom.
Correct.
Thank you.
Anything else of this witness?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down. All right, Commonwealth's next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, it'll be Anthony Wilder.
If you'll take a seat, please. And if you'd raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you.
Please state your name for the record.
Sergeant Anthony Wilder, Wilder.
And where do you work?
I'm employed with the Louisville Metro Police Department assigned to the Public Integrity Unit.
And how long have you been a police officer?
I've been with Louisville Metro 17 years this month.
And how long have you been assigned to the Public Integrity Unit?
4 years this month.
Do you have a certain role within that unit?
I'm the administrative sergeant for the Public Integrity Unit. I began in March of 2020 in that capacity. The 2 years before that, I was an investigator.
And what is the administrative sergeant's typical duties on a daily basis?
I deal with open records requests, scheduling for the investigators, other administrative duties, and then when there's a critical incident, I go and assist and respond and help coordinate resources and deal with the office primarily. Making sure everybody gets in the office, interviews are running, and then I take care of what's called round counts typically, and conduct administrative paperwork on involved officers.
Okay. And on March 12th into March 13th of 2020, was there a critical incident that you responded to?
Yes, on Friday, March 13th at approximately 00:45 hours, I was made aware of an incident that happened at 3003 Springfield Drive.
Okay.
And I responded to that incident.
Okay. What does your response encompass?
Initially, I responded to the scene, was provided with an initial briefing. Once other members of the unit arrived, we shared information, and investigative tasks were assigned, and then I left the scene and returned to the office to carry out what would be my normal duties.
Okay. And not getting into what they said verbatim, but what information were you provided background-wise?
The initial information included that the CID, the Criminal Interdiction Division, had executed multiple search warrants that night. Several of them were in what's known as the 1st Division. And then there was a squad that was at the Springfield location tasked with executing a warrant in relation to this ongoing investigation. They had knocked and announced, got no response. They breached the door. Upon entry into the apartment, they were met by gunfire. Sergeant Mattingly had been struck in the leg, was subsequently transported to the hospital. And then the initial information was that Sergeant Mattingly and Detective Brett Hankison had returned fire in that situation.
How soon thereafter did you return to PIU?
I don't recall the specific time that I left the scene.
Okay. Do you know what time you got back to PIU, approximately?
It would have taken about 10 minutes, but I don't recall the specific time that I left or I returned.
Okay. When you arrived back to PIU, did you begin performing tasks in this case?
Yes, I continue to work relating to this case.
At some point, did the officers involved here arrive to your office?
Yes, witness officers and involved officers arrived at the PIU office. I check them in. If they have body cameras, I would collect them at that time, begin downloading video, and then start lining up people for interviews and coordinate that. As one interview gets done, I move the next person in. And then also in between that, conduct the round counts and other administrative paperwork.
Okay. And on that evening, did you have the role of overseeing, I guess, the intake or the forms that would go along with the intake to Detective Brett Hankison?
I did.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as exhibits 1 all the way from 109 to 119. Have you take a look at these. And are those a fair and accurate depiction of that night as you were the PIU sergeant intake with Detective Hankison?
They are.
Your Honor, at this time I would move to admit 109 through 119 and then display to the jury.
No objection.
They'll be so admitted.
Okay. Sergeant Wilder, I'm going to have you just kind of go through it with us as I go through the pictures here. What is this picture depicting here?
As part of the procedure, we take what we call stand-up photographs, and it's just to document the appearance and the condition of the officer. So this is what he would have been wearing the night of the incident and his clothing. And it doesn't show in here, but typically there'd be a front view, then they would turn and there'd be a photo of each side and then their back. So we get all four sides.
And then on to Exhibit 110. What is this? Just a...
It's just a close-up to get the individual's face.
Okay. In his vest that's, I guess, on his chest right there, obviously the marking is on that. What is contained in that vest?
I don't recall that we specifically inventoried the vest, but I can see a flashlight, his police radio, and then you can see the yellow on his side. That's going to be a taser, and then he has ammunition pouches there on his front hip, and then on would be his right side, a handgun.
Okay. Exhibit 111, what is this?
It's just going to be a picture showing his legs and feet, lower half of his body.
Okay.
And that's just a close-up of his palms.
Okay, Exhibit 112. Is there any reason why you take the palms?
It depends on the situation. If they had contact with an individual or something, there may be blood or evidence on their hands. And we'll just take, usually there'll be a photograph of both sides of their hands, just to document that. Or lack of.
Okay. Exhibit 113.
This would be a photograph of the service weapon that was previously seen on his side, and then it's just got a couple of the magazines with it.
And then what is to the right? It looks like little pocket holes or Plinko chips. What is that?
Yeah, that's just going to be a plastic, what ammunition comes in out of the box, and we just use that to, a round count's literally what it sounds like. We unload and physically count the ammunition, and so that it just doesn't roll over the place, we put it in that plastic container to hold it, and then a picture is taken of it.
Okay. And is there any reason why there's only one depicted in that?
In that particular photo, that one single round would typically be the round that was in the chamber when the gun was unloaded.
So in securing the weapon, that's where that comes from?
Yes.
Exhibit 114.
It's just another view of the gun, and then it's got the name of the officer and his code number to identify, whose weapon that is during that series of photographs.
And what type of gun is this that we have depicted here?
That's going to be a Glock 22 40 caliber.
And is that standard for officers in the LMPD?
Yes. Early on, the 40 caliber was all that LMPD would carry, with some exceptions prior to merger. Officers might have a Sig Sauer, but otherwise the Glock 40 was the standard weapon. Now there's a transition to Glock 9mm.
Okay. At this time, though, this is the gun that the officer was carrying?
Yes.
Exhibit 115 is just the reverse?
Yes, it's the other side of the gun, and then you can see on the serial number for the weapon on the frame, and then right above it, that's going to be the barrel. So it's the serial number twice.
And the serial number links it to the owner in this case?
Yes, it's just the way to identify the gun.
Okay. Exhibit 116.
And that's the serial number in a different place on the bottom of the gun, under the frame.
Exhibit 117. What are we looking at here?
This would be one of the ammunition magazines, and it's got the one that was shown earlier with the single round, and then the magazine and another round. So this would be the one that was taken out of the gun when it was unloaded, So the round that came out of the chamber, and then the 14 rounds that would have been in the magazine. And these magazines have a capacity of 15 rounds.
Exhibit 118.
This is another magazine, and you can see this one's got, there's numbers, so as bullets are in there, you can see the holes will be filled up, and it gives you an estimate of how many bullets are in the magazine. So the photo's taken this way to show that it's empty, and then there were 5 rounds out of that magazine.
And then Exhibit 119.
That's the third magazine that was on Detective Hankison, and it had 14 rounds in it.
Okay. And when you document all these photos, what do you do next?
So the photos are a visual representation, and then there's a internal form that we call a round count form that we use to write this down as well. And then I also write an investigative report that will document this information as well.
Okay. In this case, based on when you've actually ejected the magazines and taken the round count, how many rounds are unaccounted for in this case?
So when we do a round count, it's only as accurate as the information that we're given by the officer. So we'll ask what an officer typically carries, and we call that the loadout, so that we have a starting point. And then after we count, we subtract, and the difference would be, we would assume, is the number of rounds fired by the officer. On some occasions, the officers aren't aware of how many rounds they started with. So in this case, we determined that the round count was 44, and we accounted for 34. So we believe that 10 rounds had been discharged during the incident.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm going to show you now what has been marked as Commonwealth Exhibit number 120. Have you take a look at this. Does that accurately, fairly depict the form that you witnessed get processed that evening when it comes to Detective Hankison?
Yeah, this is what the standard round count form. It includes the incident information, the officer's information, and then it has places to account for a handgun, a shotgun, or rifle, or the taser, and then it also has a diagram to mark if there's any injuries sustained by the officer. On this particular case, there was a new investigator to the unit, and I was just showing him how the round count process was conducted, and he assisted me, and he filled out the form, but I was there and communicated with Detective Hankison during the round count.
So this form actually had 2 set of eyes on it.
Yes.
Now, in that form, you mentioned the loadout count. What is the loadout count that you all processed?
It's written on here, 44 is the loadout count.
Okay, and then, go ahead, sorry. What is next on the sheet?
It would just be a breakdown by magazine of what the rounds were, and then there's a spot at the bottom where we add that up, and then you can just look at the difference. There's not actually a spot on the form where it says loadout, so it's handwritten off to the side, just for a documentation to know, so that you have a visual representation and know where you started at.
And based on that form, you said that the unaccounted number was 10 in this case?
Correct.
Okay. Now, when you spoke about talking to other officers, reference PIU in this case, that had discharged firearms, are you aware of those round count forms on the other 2 officers in the case? Were you present for those?
For Detective Miles Cosgrove, I completed that form, and then on Sergeant Mattingly, he had been transported to the hospital, so his weapon was secured and brought to the PIU office, and he was not physically present, so I just had his weapon and conducted the round count, and then filled out the form.
And on those, do you know the round counts that would have been unaccounted for on each of those detectives?
On Detective Cosgrove, I believe the unaccounted for was 16, and for Detective or Sergeant Mattingly, I don't remember if it was written down, but I believe it would have been 5 or 6 because he wasn't present, so we didn't know if he started off with 15 or 16 rounds.
If I would to show you the report, would that refresh your memory?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Down below, it's going to have each of the supplements for each officer.
Yeah, so 16 for Sergeant or for Detective Cosgrove, and then 6 rounds unaccounted for Sergeant Mattingly.
So all 3 officers in the case, though, went through the same process of round count forms. All the weapons were secured and pictured.
Well, as I said, it was a little bit different because Sergeant Mattingly had been transported to the hospital, so he wasn't there, and the photographs weren't taken of him in this way. But the process would have been the exact same for Detective Miles Cosgrove.
And no other officers on that evening, to your knowledge, were discharged a firearm?
Based on the round count and preliminary information, no other officers had fired.
I think those are all the questions I have for you today, Sergeant Wilder. Thank you very much. I'll just come back and retrieve my report. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant Wilder, I just have a few questions for you. You indicated that you collected body cameras from officers when you were at PIU, is that correct?
Yes, that's one of the tasks that I typically undertake.
Is it correct that none of the officers, the 7 officers who were on the scene serving the search warrant at 3003 Springfield, were wearing body cameras the night of this incident, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, there were none collected from them.
And to your knowledge, none of them were actually required to wear body cameras. Is that a fair statement?
At that time, the policy regarding body cameras was different. Yes.
If it happened tonight, they would have all had body cameras on, correct?
Correct. The procedure would be different on today's day, yes.
When you were talking about the various weapons that officers carry, you used the term prior to merger. Can you explain to ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you were referring to there?
In 2003, Louisville Metro became an incorporated government, combining the city of Louisville and Jefferson County. Prior to that, the city of Louisville had a police department and Jefferson County had a police department. So there are some officers that were, employed prior to merger, and they would have different weapons, and those weapons were grandfathered in so that they could still continue to use them during their service.
So when you said prior to merger, you were talking about right before 2 different police agencies came together, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Let's talk about the round counts for a minute. With reference to Brett Hankison, you said he had a weapon with a magazine in it, correct?
Correct.
The first photograph we looked at was, or not the first, but the first magazine that we looked at had 14 rounds in it?
Yeah, there was the one by itself and then 14 in the other container.
How many rounds does a magazine hold?
In that particular case, it was a standard ammunition magazine, so it would hold 15.
The magazine itself would hold 15?
Correct.
So if you loaded one into the chamber, there would be 14 left in the magazine, correct?
Correct. During that process, Detective Hankison had stated that he had done a tactical reload. So the magazine that had 5 was the one that was in his gun during the incident, and he had unloaded it, and then reloaded a full magazine.
So when you actually got a hold of his weapon, it had a full magazine in it, correct?
Yes. So when you do the tactical reload, and we didn't discuss that, I don't know if there was a round already in the chamber when he dropped the magazine and reloaded it. So I don't know if the magazine he loaded had 14 rounds or not, because the other magazine that wasn't used had 14 rounds in it.
Okay, so you had two magazines that had 14 rounds,
Yes.
and the one that was not in the weapon, or one of the ones that was not in the weapon when you first received it, was the one that was partially full, correct? That would have had 5 rounds in it, I believe,
Yes.
which would be indicative of it having been dropped from the weapon and a full one put in it, correct?
Yes.
Thank you, nothing further.
Anything else of this witness?
Just one follow-up, Your Honor. If the magazine was fully loaded with 15, with one in the chamber, what would the total be on that?
If it is a full 15 and one in the chamber, you'd have 16. But like I say, the round count was 44, was the loadout. So 3 times 15 would be 45, and if you had one in the chamber, the maximum would be 46. So typically we would expect the loadout to be 45 or 46. 44 is a little bit of an unusual number, but sometimes officers do carry 14 rounds. If it's a new magazine, the springs are very stiff. It's hard to get that last round in there, or they sit without being used, and that tension on the spring can cause a misfeed on some occasions. So sometimes people don't put the maximum amount in there. But based on the round counts and everything, I believe 44 is a very accurate loadout. We accounted for 34 rounds, which would leave 10 rounds unaccounted for.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, you can step down, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is probably a good time for us to go ahead and break for lunch. So why don't we break until 1:35, and that'll give you just about an hour for lunch. And please remember the separation admonition, and I'll see you back then. Thank you. right, ladies and gentlemen, anything to report from the break? Okay. All right, if the Commonwealth will call its next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, it's going to be Sergeant Justin Stillwell.
If you'll take a seat, please. And if you'd raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Sergeant Justin Stillwell.
And where do you work?
I'm employed with Louisville Metro Police in the robbery unit.
Okay. And how long have you been with Louisville Metro Police?
12 years.
12 years. And have you been assigned to any other units during your time there?
Yes, I've been assigned to the hostage negotiation team, dignitary protection team, and the peer support team.
Okay. And back in March of 2020, which unit were you assigned?
Peer support.
And just so that we have a better idea, what does peer support mean within the department?
Peer support is a special team that's designed to help officers when they're involved in traumatic events, help them get through stressful events. We're a support unit for officers on the department.
And do you all receive special training to become part of that unit?
We do.
What type of training?
We take a course through the KCCRB for stress management and dealing with critical and traumatic events.
Okay. And back on March 12th into the morning hours of March 13th of 2020, were you working or were you in PIU and working that evening?
I was.
Okay. Sorry, PSU. Working as PSU, what did you do that evening?
With the peer support team?
Yes.
I was notified through our dispatch. I got a page on my phone, as we do with critical incidents, that there had been an officer-involved shooting in the 3rd Division and that there had been an officer struck. And so I sent part of my team to the scene to support the officers there. And then myself and our police counselor, Dr. Reville, went to the hospital to support Sergeant Mattingly.
Okay. And you said 3rd Division. Does that encompass 3003 Springfield Drive?
It does.
And is that where the incident you spoke of occurred?
Yes.
Okay. So you said you went to the hospital. What do you do when you go to the hospital?
So my main job there is to touch base with officers that are involved and make sure that they get the support that they need, whether that would be contacting family members to let them know that they're okay, or if they need anything. Basically, I'm just there for support for those involved officers.
Okay. Now, when you say officers involved, are you meaning anyone in the scene, or can you just describe what you mean by involved?
So it differs. I would put them in 2 different tiers. There's officers that were involved, present, or actually acted in the event. And then there could be like a secondary tier of officers who arrived later. Maybe they rendered aid or set a perimeter. So our primary focus are officers that were involved in that critical traumatic event. And then if the secondary tier, people who showed up later or did secondary things, if they need support, then we would reach out to them. But our primary focus are the officers that were involved in the event.
Okay. And does that encompass officers that are witnesses or shooters, or what's the difference?
Yes. So if an officer is a shooter in a critical incident, they're considered to be involved, and we would want to provide them support and an escort. If they are a witness, then we do want to provide them some support, but they're usually allowed to transport themselves to PIU, which our public integrity unit, which would be the next step.
Okay. What do you mean by, you said the term escort. What do you mean by escort in this sense?
So an escort, the role that we play is you basically tag along with that involved officer, one, to make sure that they're okay, Anytime someone goes through a critical incident, it's very stressful. People handle it differently, so their normal coping mechanisms may not be able to handle that stress. Some people do great, some people don't. It just depends on the individual. So we keep an eye on that officer to make sure they're okay. Like I said before, to alert their family so that the families or friends or loved ones don't find out on the news, so they can touch base with the ones that they care about. And we give them a basic knowledge of the investigative process, like what we're going to do further in the evening once we arrive to PIU.
And as a peer support officer, what is the role when you're actually interacting or accounting for an officer who has actually been a shooter in the case?
Normally we separate the involved officers. So if you have an involved officer, they'll have an escort. If you have a second involved officer, there'll be a second escort. And so they will be separated. We try to kind of distance them from the scene, to shield them from any news media, to kind of have a private setting so that they can kind of process the event, talk to their loved ones, and not have to deal with the media right away.
Are they allowed to drive anywhere, or do they have to go straight to PIU?
So if you're a shooter at a critical incident, then you are to have an escort transport you. There have been some instances where the officer would drive themselves, and then that escort would follow them. But the connection between the officer and the escort should be kind of hand in hand through this event.
Okay. And is that policy any different if you are a canine handler with an active dog in the vehicle?
Not to my knowledge. However, there are some things to consider with canines. If an officer has a canine, I would want to, one, check on the officer and know their mental state to see if they were okay to operate their vehicle. If I myself were to get into a canine vehicle with a canine dog, even though I'm a sworn police officer, that may not be a good situation because that dog may not know me, may see me as a threat. So if dealing with a canine officer, I would either check on his or her status to make sure they're okay so that I could follow them in my car en route to VIU, or I would contact the lieutenant of the canine unit to have them set up another handler to come get that truck and that dog so that we could keep all the officers on scene safe so that dog didn't consider anyone they're not familiar with a threat.
So an escort still remains even if it's a canine?
Yes.
So on this night, you said you went to U of L for the emergency room?
I did.
Okay. When you arrived, who was there?
When I got there, I touched base with Sergeant Mattingly. His wife later showed up, followed by some of the colonels and Chief Conrad. Doc Freville met me there. He's our police counselor that works hand in hand with peer support.
Okay. And did you see anyone else there that evening?
There were some officers from other units, but no one from the group that was at the incident address.
Okay. At some point, do you see Detective Brett Hankison arrive at the U of L hospital?
I did.
Did that stand out to you?
Yes.
Why?
I was actually on my way from leaving the hospital. I touched base with Sergeant Mattingly and his wife and made sure that they had what they needed. And as I was exiting the main ER doors to go into like the lobby of the ER, Detective Hankison came through. We had a brief conversation as we passed.
Okay. At that point, did you know that he had been involved in the case?
Yes.
At that point, did you know that he was a officer who had discharged their firearm in the case?
No.
Okay. Following up after that with the families, what did you do next?
After I spoke to Detective Hankison, I left U of L and went to our public integrity unit and touched base with my team and the officers that were there.
Okay. Was Detective Hankison there by that time?
No.
Do you know approximately how much later it was that he arrived?
It was after me. I'm not sure the time frame, but I do know it wasn't the time it would take you to get from U of L. There was a delay.
Okay.
But I cannot remember the specific increments of it.
When you were at U of L, you said that you briefly spoke to him?
I did.
What did you say?
I talked to him and I told him that, or I asked him, I said, where are you going? And he said, I'm going to see John, Sergeant Mattingly. And I said, okay, you need to get to PIU. And he said, I've already talked to Kim. And I said, okay, and we went our different directions.
Okay. But in your mind, he needed to report?
Yes, when you're involved in a critical incident from the scene, your next stop from the scene should be PIU.
Did he appear to have any type of escort at that time?
No.
I think that's all the questions I have for you. Thank you very much, Sergeant Stillwell.
Cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant, just so I understand your testimony correctly, you responded when you learned of this incident to U of L Hospital, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever go up to 3003 Springfield?
No, sir, I was never there.
Did some of your, are you in charge of the peer support?
My
unit?
role during that time was the assistant team commander, and the team commander was out of town on vacation, so I was acting commander of the team at that time.
And did you call other team members and direct them to go to Springfield?
I did.
But you never went to Springfield yourself, correct?
That's correct.
Do you know whether Brett Hankison was ever assigned a peer support officer while he was on the scene at Springfield?
That I don't.
So the first time you saw him was when he showed up at U of L Hospital,
Yes.
correct? And he did not have a peer support officer with him at that time?
No.
Did you assign one to him then?
I did not. I wasn't aware of whether he had a peer support escort at that time or not. It wasn't until I later got to PIU that I was made aware that he did not have an escort.
Did you find it unusual that he came to U of L to check on his friend and partner, John Mattingly?
As unusual through the policy, yes.
But again, the policy is that somebody is supposed to assign a peer support officer right there on the scene. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And to your knowledge, that wasn't done?
Correct.
Was it done for anybody that was there involved?
Yes.
Who?
The other two officers, Officer Franklin and Officer Connor, were both escorts for officers on the scene.
And were there more than those two peer support officers there?
Yes, Sergeant Nagel, who's a squad leader, was there as well.
Okay. But to your knowledge, nobody was assigned to Brett Hankison, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Sergeant Stillwell, are officers aware of the policies when it comes to being involved in a critical incident and what they're to do with peer support?
Yes.
And did Miles Cosgrove, Detective Miles Cosgrove on that evening, another involved officer, did he have peer support?
Yes.
No further questions.
May I, Your Honor?
Sure.
Sergeant, do you know whether Brett Hankison was aware of that specific policy?
I haven't spoke to him directly about that. However, our policies are disseminated through our email, and you have to check off on them within 10 days every time that they're submitted. So he's required to submit and view the policy once it comes out, and that has been a standing policy for a good while.
Did you direct him when you saw him at U of L Hospital to go to PIU?
No. I spoke to him and I said, you need to go to PIU, and he said to me that he'd already talked to Kim, who was his major in his unit.
And he did respond to PIU, is that correct?
He did.
Thank you. Nothing further.
After you left U of L, you get to PIU. Is Detective Hankison there at that time?
He's not.
Okay. I think that's it. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Matthews?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, the Commonwealth's next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. It's going to be former Chief Steve Conrad.
If you go ahead and take a seat. And if you'll raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You can take your mask off while you're testifying if you wish, but you're not required to.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Steve Conrad.
And where do you work currently?
I am retired now, so I don't work.
Okay. And where did you used to work?
I was, up until June 1st of 2020, the Louisville Metro Police Chief.
And how long were you with the Louisville Metro Police Department in your career?
I started in 1980 and retired from the department in 2012. And I left and went to, in 2025, or in 2005, and went to the city of Glendale, Arizona, to take the job there as the police chief. I worked there as a police chief for 6 years and then had an opportunity to come back to be the police chief here in Louisville in 2012. I was in that position from 2012 to June of 2020. So all total, that would have been 34 years as a police officer from the rank of a police recruit up to a police chief.
And back in March of 2020, March 12th into the early morning hours, March 13th, were you serving as the chief of LMPD at that time?
Yes, sir, I was.
Okay. And on that day, were you notified that there had been a critical incident somewhere in the city?
Actually, I was notified about 1 in the morning on March 13th.
Okay. Can you just go through the notification process of how you became aware of what occurred on March 13th of 2020?
Yes. Again, at about 1 in the morning, I started receiving phone calls and text messages from a number of different members of the department making me aware of an officer-involved shooting.
And when you were notified, what do you do when that happens?
Typically, it depends on the situation. In this situation, an officer had been shot. That prompted me to respond to the hospital once I'd gathered the initial information from the people who were calling and texting me. In situations where an officer has not been shot, in those situations I will typically respond to the scene of the shooting, get a sense of what's occurred, and give preliminary statements to the media. I didn't do that in this situation.
Okay. In this case, then, did you go straight to the U of L hospital versus the scene?
Yes, that is correct.
Who was there when you arrived?
There were many people in the emergency room when I arrived. There were, I would guess, maybe 10 or 15 police employees. There were, Sergeant John Mattingly had been shot. His parents were there. His wife was there. There may have been another family member. I believe it was his sister who was there. And then beyond that, obviously, the hospital staff.
Okay. In the information that you received, did you know how many officers had been involved?
I received different information over the course of that early morning. Initially, the information that I was given was that there were 2 officers involved in the shooting. Later, I learned that there was a 3rd officer that was involved in that shooting as well.
When you were at U of L, did you see any of those involved officers at any time?
The only officer involved in the shootings that I saw at the hospital was Detective Brett Hankison.
And why did that stand out to you, if it did at all?
It did. In my experience during my time as the chief at the department, when we've had officer-involved shootings and where an officer is injured, it is not unusual for friends and colleagues of that injured officer to come to the hospital to see what is happening and see what the condition of the officer is. But in an officer-involved shooting, typically those officers are assigned someone from peer support which is a volunteer team of officers that we have that have training and counseling. They're led by a doctor who also has a degree in psychology. And the peer support officers will essentially, there'll be one assigned to each officer involved. And their job is essentially to get them the support that they're needing, making sure they're getting something to eat, making sure they have something to drink, making sure they're making contact with their families, and doing that sort of thing. They also accompany them to the Public Integrity Office, where the Public Integrity Office collects evidence from the shooting. That might be evidence such as fingerprint swabs, or counting the number of rounds in their weapons, depending on which weapons they had fired. And so, to your point, sir, it was unusual when I saw Detective Hankison. He came into the emergency room. He was not being escorted by a member of the peer support team, which I thought was unusual.
Did you see any other officers that had been involved in this in that capacity at the hospital?
I did not.
What was the demeanor of Detective Hankison when you saw him at the hospital?
When I saw him at the hospital, he walked in and he went into the room where Sergeant Mattingly and his wife were at, I assume to check on him. At that point, there was really no ability for me to assess his demeanor. After he came out of that room, he was standing out in the emergency room, but out of the actual physical room where Sergeant Mattingly was. I saw him standing there. I approached him at that point and had a brief conversation with him. During that conversation, I noticed that Detective Hankison was physically shaking, as if he was upset or very, very nervous.
Okay. Now, you said that the policy was that he should have reported to PIU. Is that correct?
The process, as opposed to a policy, would have been that he would have been assigned someone by peer support, and peer support would have essentially shepherded him to public integrity, so that evidence could be collected and then again make sure that he got home safely.
In your experience with LMPD, especially as the chief over those years that you were there in leadership roles, how many officer-involved shootings do you think you responded to at U of L?
Honestly, I don't know.
Okay.
There were, I would guess, during my time as chief, there were likely 50 officer-involved shootings. The number of times that officers were injured were significantly fewer than suspects that officers ended up having to shoot. 3 or 4 times, and that's just a guess. I honestly don't know.
In any other occasion when you've responded to U of L and where an officer has been shot in the line of duty and there's been other officers discharge their firearms, have you ever seen another officer who has discharged, not injured, ever report to U of L ER before going to PIU?
Not that I'm aware of. It could have occurred, but not that I'm aware of.
Thank you very much, Chief Conrad. I think that's all the questions I have.
Yes, sir.
Cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Chief.
Good afternoon, sir.
With reference to what you just testified to, that the policy is to go to PIU from the scene of an officer-involved shooting for an officer that's involved in that shooting, correct?
And again, I believe it's a practice as opposed to a policy, but yes, sir.
A policy is a rule that you're ordered to follow, correct?
It is a policy or a procedure that directs your actions during some sort of activity, and if you deviate from that policy or practice and are questioned about it, you have to be in a position to explain why you may have deviated.
So that reporting to PIU for an officer who's involved in discharging his weapon in an officer-involved shooting is a practice rather than a policy, correct?
Again, I would refer to it as one of the procedures that would have been followed by our public integrity unit, and they have the responsibility for interviewing witnesses, collecting evidence, and making sure that they are able to fully investigate an officer-involved shooting. That would involve collecting evidence from the officers that were involved in the shooting.
And who assigns a peer support officer to an officer who's involved in a shooting?
That is typically done by the supervisor of the peer support team. That could be a lieutenant who actually leads the team, or it could be one of the sergeants who acts as a assistant supervisor in that. And to answer your question, I don't know.
But it's not up to the officer who's involved in the shooting to go out and grab somebody and ask them to be his peer support officer, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Are you aware of the relationship between Brett Hankison and John Mattingly?
I am not, sir. I know that they've worked together for many years. I assume they're friends. Beyond that, I don't know.
Okay, and you testified that it's not unusual for friends and relatives to show up at the emergency room when an officer is injured in the line of duty, correct?
That is correct.
Did you find it unusual that Brett Hankison would show up at U of L emergency room to check on his friend John Mattingly that early that morning?
The only thing that I found unusual about it was he was not escorted by someone from the peer support team.
And you don't know whether he'd been assigned peer support officer or not at that point, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And did you later learn that he did go to PIU?
I know that he went to PIU. I don't know at what point. I don't remember at what point I learned that.
Do you know whether it made any difference in the investigation that occurred?
I do not, sir.
And I think you testified that when you observed him after he came out of Sergeant Mattingly's room at the emergency department, that Brett was visibly shaking?
Yes, that is correct.
He was upset by the situation, correct?
I assume so, sir. I don't know.
For some reason, he was visibly shaking, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Anything else of this witness?
In describing his demeanor a minute ago, you described it as upset, nervous, or upset or nervous. Is there a difference in your mind between what upset means or nervous means?
I don't know that there is. Again, I saw him visibly shaking. Beyond that, I'm not sure what would have caused that other than being upset or being nervous. And I don't know that I could tell you which caused him to be shaking.
Okay. That's it. Thank you.
Nothing further.
You can step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
And your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor, it's going to be Officer Chris Kitchen.
If you'll take a seat, please. All right, if you'll raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Please state your name for the record.
Officer Christopher Kitchen,
And where do you work?
Louisville Metro SWAT Team.
And how long have you been with Louisville Metro?
17 years.
Okay. And how long have you been with the SWAT team?
15.
Okay. And did you receive special training to become a member of SWAT?
Yes, sir.
What type of training did you receive?
I've gone through, well, initially SWAT school. I've also been through sniper schools and continuous training.
Specialized training beyond a patrol officer?
Yes.
Okay. And back in March, particularly March 12th into March 13th of 2020, were you working with SWAT at LMPD?
Yes, I was.
Okay. On that evening, what was your assignment?
I was assigned to the warrants that were being served on Elliott Street.
Okay. And did you ever go to Elliott Street?
Yes.
Okay. Can you just describe that for us briefly?
So my role that night on Elliott Street was we had 3 different locations that we were hitting, and we were going to do them one at a time. So my initial role was to hold cover on 2 of the locations while an entry team on one location cleared that location, and then we'd move to the next one. And then I would lead the team clearing the 3rd location to the final house that we were going to clear.
And what does cover mean?
I'm holding down with my rifle, making sure that no one comes out of the house that's going to do us harm or my team harm.
Are you able to finish that mission, or does something happen?
We were actually in the process of taking someone into custody that had come out of the 2nd location while the team was clearing the 1st location, when across our headsets, which is connected to our radios, we get the call, shots fired, officer down.
Okay.
Which turned everything into chaos and confusion.
Okay. At that scene?
At that scene.
Okay. What do you all do?
At the time, we were trying to figure out, like, was this bleed over from another channel or what? And then Sergeant Fawn, who was also in CID and in SWAT, was able to confirm that at another location that CID was doing a warrant that there was an officer shot. Myself and other officers loaded into our armored Bearcat and proceeded across town to that location.
Is a Bearcat basically a armored vehicle?
It's a very large armored vehicle,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. So you switch locations. How long does it take to switch locations?
It was a good, because where we were coming from downtown to there was a good 15-minute drive at least.
Okay. So 15 minutes. Where do you arrive when you all get there?
When we get there, we pull up into the parking lot and are getting cars to move so that we can pull directly in front of the apartment.
Do you remember what the address of that apartment was?
I do not.
Okay. If I said 3003 Springfield, would that be consistent?
It sounds familiar. At the time, we were just being told that it's, initially on scene, we were told it was an upstairs apartment, and then as we pulled closer, we were redirected that it was a downstairs apartment on the right that was already lit up by lights.
Okay. What was your viewpoint at this point when you arrived?
I took a position in what's called the turret of the Bearcat. It's an upward open hatch that's armor plated also. I took the position as cover from up there. So as the rest of my team would make the approach to initially throw in what's a throwbot. We have a small robot that we can throw in and drive around to initially clear the location. We were still working under the impression that there was a shooter inside. So I was covering their approach, basically taking patrol and everyone out of it, having them take their guns and put them away, or what we call check up, and I would have primary shot if something did happen to cover my team.
So that night you never go into the apartment?
I made it to just inside the front door. Once the team cleared initially with the robot, we go in to do a methodical clear, just looking for people. And as they pushed into the apartment, I no longer could cover them because they're inside. I'd just be pointing my gun at them, which is no. So I checked up, climbed out of the turret, told my lieutenant I'm pushing up to assist, and I pushed up to the back of what we call the stick, the line of officers, and got there. And as they continued working deep into the apartment, I would move in. It's kind of bounding in, and I made it if you go into the left, kind of goes into like a kitchenette area. I made it just into there where I could see down the hallway.
Okay. Where do you go next after that?
I exit there and I go back to the Bearcat, and where I turned my video off because at the time that we were done, I turned it off, and then I reconvened at the sidewalk with the rest of the SWAT officers.
At that sidewalk, did you notice anything about the scene?
We just had a conversation about like the neighbors and where the bullets inside had possibly gone, and no one knew if there had been a welfare check done at a neighboring apartment. And so I volunteered, and then Sergeant Burns volunteered to go with me to walk to the other apartment just to make sure everyone in that apartment was not bleeding. Everybody was good. Nobody had been hit by anything, and that's when we journeyed down the sidewalk.
When you walk on the sidewalk, do you notice anything?
As we walked down the sidewalk, we had previously noticed the shattered sliding glass doors. I noticed that from the turret. But as we walked down the sidewalk, that's when Sergeant Burns and I observed the bedroom window that had been shot out. I actually looked at Sergeant Burns at night and said, "Hey, do you think this was from tonight, or do you think this is old?"
Okay. I'm going to show you what has already been admitted as Commonwealth Exhibit 31. Have you take a look at that. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you just described as sliding glass doors and a bedroom window?
Yes.
And that evening, where are you in proximity to this picture?
So in proximity to this picture, where the steps are, that leads back into the breezeway or common area, we had gathered right there after we'd cleared.
There's a laser pointer up there if you need it.
Thank you. We gathered right in this area, and then Sergeant Burns and I walked this area when we observed the windows of the bedroom that had been shot out.
Did you have any thoughts or anything related to those?
Other than the blinds were closed, and asking Sergeant Burns, "Do you think this was from tonight, or do you think this is old?"
Okay. Could you see in either of the windows or the sliding glass doors?
No.
Okay. When you were walking, did you see anyone else at all interact with you on that sidewalk?
As we turned from the window and continued to the neighbor's apartment, off into the parking lot, I observed Detective Hankison alone, and he was pointing at himself, and he pointed at the windows. In my opinion, he was taking credit and ownership of that.
What was his demeanor?
He was kind of bouncing as he did it. Again, at the time, I took it as ownership, and hey, that's what I did right there. And then Burns and I then turned and knocked on the door and did our welfare check.
Okay. Did you see him at all any other times that evening?
I saw him out of the corner of my eye when I exited the apartment initially on the initial clear as I was making my way to the Bearcat. He was in the parking lot making his way towards the front of the building. Where he went after that, I had no clue. I wasn't looking for him. I wasn't paying attention for him.
Okay.
At the time, I didn't even know that he had been involved in the shooting.
Okay. And after all this, at some point, do you return to the SWAT vehicle?
Yes.
And did you have any further involvement after that?
No. Once we were done, it was turned over to detectives. We left and went back to SWAT headquarters.
Okay. I think those are all the questions I have for you, Officer Kitchen. Thank you very much.
No problem, sir.
Cross-examination.
Officer Kitchen, do you know who put out the radio broadcast about an officer being shot on Springfield while you were on Elliott?
At the time, no. Now, yes.
Who put that out?
Detective Hankison.
And you just indicated where you were walking when you saw Detective Hankison on the sidewalk. What apartment were you checking on? Do you know?
So I do not know the apartment number, but it was, if the picture's not there, if you're looking at that picture, you're facing the building.
There, it's back up there now.
So this would have been her apartment.
Yes.
There's an apartment that literally, if you walk straight down the sidewalk, that mirrors it. They share a common wall, and we were going there once again, make sure people were okay.
Okay, it
It
would
was a
not have
welfare
been,
check.
I'm sorry, it would not have been an apartment.
Not related to where the rounds from that window and the assigned glass door went, no. But there was lots of shell casings at the front door. We know rounds went that way. And that was our conversation of, has anyone checked on this apartment? Because that was our first obvious sign. This was, we're not there as detectives. We're not trying to do round trajectory. It was just obvious to us, and we wanted to do a welfare check immediately so we could render aid if need be.
And you found no need for aid in that apartment you checked?
Correct.
Correct. And when you saw Officer Hankison, you said he pointed to his chest?
Yes, he pointed at himself, and then he pointed at the windows as if he's taking credit. Like, that's what I did.
He's admitting that he fired through
Yes.
those windows. That's how you took
It's
that?
how I, in my opinion, how I took it, but there was no words exchanged from us.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Anything else of this witness?
No follow-up, Your Honor.
You can step down, thank you.
Thank you.
Your next witness?
Sergeant Brandon Hogan.
If you'll take a seat, please. And if you'll raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
You may take your mask off while you're testifying if you wish. You're not required to.
State your name, please,
It is Sergeant Brandon Hogan,
and where are you employed?
Louisville Metro Police Department.
How long have you been with the department?
13 years.
And in what division are you?
Right now, I'm currently assigned to the Firearms Training Unit.
Prior to your assignment there, where were you assigned?
Louisville Metro Police Department SWAT team on the full-time team.
Full-time SWAT team?
Yes, ma'am.
How long were you with SWAT?
A total of 9.5 years. I was 5 years, or 5.5, around 5.5 full-time, and then before that we were part-time. And I was about 4 years part-time before that.
And what does the SWAT team, what are they responsible for? What is their basic function?
Well, they have many functions, but their main function is serving high-risk warrants, barricaded subjects, hostage rescue, active shooters, stuff like that.
Does it require special training to be in the SWAT unit?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
And you went through that training?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, on March 12, 2020, you were a member of the SWAT team,
Yes.
full-time.
Yes.
And were you involved in the serving of the search warrants that evening at the Elliott Avenue locations?
Yes, I was.
And at some point during the service, were you actually assigned to a specific address on Elliott, or what was your?
No, I was not assigned to a specific address. My function on the Elliott Avenue warrants, we had houses to serve warrants on both sides of the street. So I was containment, which means I hold the outer perimeter until the entry guys get done clearing the houses. I ran the team that was in control of the two armored vehicles we have, the Bear and the Bearcat. So they're in the middle of the street protecting the entry team guys working on the south side of the street first, and they're going to cross the street and go to the north side and clear a vacant building there that was on a search warrant. So I was basically providing security for the entry team on the outside.
At some point that evening, did you hear that there was a problem on Springfield Drive?
Yes, I did.
And how did that come to your attention?
Through our headsets, which are attached to our radios. On body cam, you can't hear it because it is in my headset. But I was alerted by Sergeant Luke Fawn, who is also on CID, but he was on SWAT at that time as well. I believe he was on containment as well in the back of in the rear of one of Elliott Avenue's addresses. And he alerted me through my headset or on the radio that there was an officer shot at a location which turned out to be Springfield. And they had a person who was barricaded in that location that had shot an officer.
And did you, at that point, travel to Springfield in the Bearcat?
At that point, I sort of got a little bit more confirmation, but yeah, I gathered, I think it was 5 or 6 SWAT guys, and we jumped into the Bearcat, left the Bear there in the middle of the street on Elliott, so they could still provide cover, some kind of cover to the entry team working on Elliott Street. And we decided to go Code 3, lights and sirens, emergency equipment to Springfield from Elliott.
And what happened when you got to Springfield?
We rolled up to Springfield. We were first, we had 2 officers. Sergeant Joel Cassidy came in his own vehicle with, I think it was 1 or 2 other SWAT members. So we first stopped for them to catch up to us. So when they caught up to us, we were stopped by I guess it was pretty tall, maybe an 8-foot chain link fence that was chained with a padlock on it. So we couldn't get the Bearcat through that. Lieutenant Massey made the decision for us to run through the gate so we can get up to the location quicker, which we did. Right before we pulled up to the front of the apartment, in the parking lot, I met with Lieutenant Sean Hoover, and he advised me that they had a shooter inside who was supposed to have a rifle of some sort, and 1 officer had been shot. Right before we rolled up on the radio, we also heard that the male suspect suspect at that time had come out of the location already. So before we even pulled out, I believe it was Mr. Walker, he came out. He stated that, and I heard this from the radio and Lieutenant Hoover as well, that there was no rifle inside, that his girlfriend was down inside and she was the one that was shooting. It was a 9mm handgun. There was no rifle.
But when you approached, then he had already come out of the building.
Yes,
that is Walker.
and taken into custody.
So he was not there when you actually arrived on scene.
He was there
He was in a vehicle.
When we actually arrived on scene. He was still in the apartment. When we stopped to talk to Lieutenant Hoover, he had come out and he'd been put into a vehicle. So prior to our approach and actually stopping in front and starting to do our job, trying to clear the building, he had already been out of the apartment. Yes.
So then you approached the building.
Yes.
Now, as you approached, did you notice the sliding glass doors?
Yes.
And were you able to see through those?
No, I was not.
Why is that?
There were some type of blinds and drapes blocking my view. I couldn't see in from the outside.
And did you notice that the bullet holes or shattered glass in the sliding doors?
Yes, there was shattered glass on the ground, and it looked like maybe half the door on the glass that creates the door had been sort of shattered and fallen off. And there were a couple bullet holes in the sliding glass door and the window directly to the right of that door.
And were you able to see into the window?
No.
Was there much light around?
There was parking lot lamps, and there was some, I guess, lights from vehicles, but it was pretty dark outside.
So you could not see into the rooms on the other side of the sliding doors or the window. Now, how did you all make entry into the apartment?
So, well, when we pulled up originally, Officer Kitchen, he took the high cover, which means he popped out of our turret, which is on top of the roof of the Bearcat, and he provided high cover down into the apartment while we approached from, I guess, for all intents and purposes, the left side of the apartment. Our first initial plan was to throw what we call Ricky. It's basically a little bitty robot. We call them throwbots because you can throw them, right? You throw them and drive them like a remote control car. It's very easy. And the reason we do that is so we can, if there's somebody else in there who is a shooter, we can see what's in there and who is in there. It just makes it safer before we go in there and send a dog or a person in there. That was our initial plan. We got up to, I held the corner right by the sliding glass door with Mark Crawford, or Officer Crawford, as the other part of the enter team went behind me to the front door of the apartment. They actually did deploy the robot inside, and then they advised me, Sergeant Cassidy advised me that they saw who later was Breonna Taylor down at the end of the hallway. He asked me if we wanted to take it, which means, did he want me, at that point I was sort of like the entry team leader because I was in the back, he was in the front doing the work, and I was sort of just directing traffic, or directing people, guys, where to go. And I told him, I can't see what you see, so if you want to take it, take it. So we decided, basically for the safety of her, not knowing if she was a shooter or if she had shot, and if she was still alive and needed medical attention, that we probably need to get in there instead of riding a robot around. We need to get in there and search and get to her as quickly as possible.
So, is that what you did?
That is what we did. We entered, after we threw the robot in, Sergeant Cassie entered the front door, and then I came in about fourth or fifth behind some other people.
And so the whole team made entry?
Yes.
And did you clear the rooms?
We cleared the rooms.
First, let me ask you, did you determine the status of Ms. Taylor at the end of the hallway?
We did not do that until we had cleared the residence. And the reason we did that was we have to clear the residence of any threats first, or if there was anybody else that was going to shoot us, we had to clear any threats out of that residence first. And then we would get to her as quickly as we could and check her medical status.
And so, do you all have a medic with you, or?
We do. We have Louisville Metro EMS personnel who are also paramedics, and they are attached to our SWAT team. It's totally voluntary for them, but they get all the same gear and equipment that we do, and they are usually there on every warrant that we do or barricade subject in case an officer gets shot. They help us out, or they can help somebody else that's been shot.
And so, did the medic determine the status of Ms. Taylor?
So we cleared the residence first, and then we called for the medic. The medic came into the location, came to her. We couldn't find a pulse, and then we had the medic come up, and he determined that she was, we say 1080, which means deceased.
So your purpose was to clear each room to make sure there wasn't any, and then to look for, because in a photograph that we have seen earlier, in the south bedroom, a 9mm gun was found under the bed.
Yes.
I believe Sergeant Cassie.
I never personally saw the pistol. I didn't see any firearms in there, but I wasn't looking for firearms either. I was looking for people, and if people were injured.
Okay. While you were in the apartment, did the defendant, Hankison, come to the front door?
Yes, ma'am.
And where were you? Were you up there by the door?
I was close to, I was in and out or close to the threshold, yes.
And were you aware at that time that he had discharged his pistol during the shooting?
No. I wasn't aware of any police officers in specifically who had discharged their firearms.
should a person, a officer who has discharged his gun, come back into the scene?
Typically, that's not protocol, but like when we do warrants, we usually turn it over to the detectives on scene. So yeah, they will come up and talk to us and say, hey, is the scene clear, and that kind of thing. I've only been in one other police-involved shooting, and it was totally different than that. So it's not typical. No, it's not typical for that to happen. But it's not to say it doesn't ever happen.
Well, were you wearing a body-worn camera at that time?
I was wearing yes, but we attach them to our helmets.
Yes. And at the time he came into the front door, you had a conversation with him?
Yes.
So have you had a chance to review that part of the footage of your body cam where he came into the front door?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it fairly and accurately depicting what you said to him, what he said to you in that exchange?
Yes.
And that would be Commonwealth Exhibit 141. And you asked to play that footage at this time.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
All right, it will be so admitted.
For home domestic. I hear you. I hear you good. It's screaming like a... I was gonna say, hey man.
Hey Sarge, watch your footing. There's some shell casings on there.
Scene secure. She's 1080. We're leaving a couple people in here to hold the scene. It's secure for detectives to come up. So I think casings are sorry. Your all's casings, your casings.
Is that Detective Hankison we just saw on the door?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, right there.
That's theirs?
No, that's ours, it looks like.
Can you stop it?
From there.
Stop. And he just asked you, is that theirs? Or was that you?
Yeah, I believe he was referring to the casings, the bullet casings that were on the ground. And he was asking, I guess, if those were the suspect's casings or was it the police officer's casings?
And this is a crime scene at this point.
Yes, ma'am.
And you all are in charge of it, SWAT.
At this point, yes.
And he's entering into the crime scene.
Yeah, he's in the crime scene.
Okay, go ahead, please.
So all is there down? Yeah, right there.
That's theirs?
No, that's ours, it looks like. Theirs is in there. But I'd back out until they get PIU in here.
Okay, stop.
So.
And so is that you just said to him, back out until public integrity gets here?
Yes, ma'am.
You instructed Hankison to back out of the crime scene?
Yes, I just asked him to leave
Okay.
until the public integrity unit gets here because they would be the one taking over the investigation.
Because right now, it's you all, SWAT is in charge of the crime scene.
Correct. Until we're relieved by the detectives.
Okay, go ahead.
Isn't there any guns visible? We did not see any.
Stop. What was that question he asked?
Yes, if we saw any guns that were visible.
And what did you advise?
I advised them that I didn't see any. I believe it was because I might have said because I wasn't looking for guns or something like that. And then
Well, let's hear what this body cam says. Go ahead. Oh, that is it. Okay, so you advised you hadn't seen any
right,
guns, but he asked, any guns visible?
correct.
Now, did he go any further after you asked him to leave? Did he then leave?
He did.
Can we, since that went so fast, can we run through that one more time?
For home domestic. hear you. I hear you good. You screaming like a... I was gonna say, hey man,
Hey, Sarge, watch your footing. There's shell casings on there.
scene secure. She's 1080. We're leaving a couple people in here to hold the scene. It's secure for detectives to come up. So I think it's casing right there. Sorry. You're all casings. They're casing. So I'll say that. Yeah, right there.
That's theirs?
Oh, that's ours, it looks like. Theirs is in there. So I'd back out until they get PIU in here. So.
Isn't that very guys visible?
We did not see it.
At the very end, was that question he asked like a long gun?
Could you play it again? I couldn't really pick it up.
Not very guys visible?
We did not see it.
That seems to be like a long gun is what I heard.
Right, that's all the questions I have. We admitted Exhibit 141.
Mr. Matthews?
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant Hogan, when you first rolled up in the Bearcat, you and your fellow SWAT officers, first of all, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what SWAT stands for? We've all heard that term, but what does it stand for?
Yeah, sorry. Special Weapons and Tactics.
And that requires special training for the members of the SWAT team, correct?
It does.
Lots of training.
Yes, it does.
Okay. When you all first rolled up there on Springfield in the Bearcat, what was the situation as far as, were there other uniformed officers around?
There were numerous uniformed officers. Probably in excess of 10 to 15 marked police cars, and there were other unmarked police cars there. And by the time we got there, there had to be at least 20 plus officers there.
How would you describe the scene or the situation?
It was pretty tense, pretty chaotic at first.
And did you see any officers with shotguns or long guns?
I didn't see any shotguns, but I did see rifles, or patrol rifles, which are AR-15 style rifles.
And where were they?
They were all in the parking lot behind other people's cars that were parked in parking spaces. Trained, they were focused on the open door of where, the front door of the apartment.
And do you know how they came to be there like that?
I do not.
Okay. Do you know what the LMPD policy is, or procedure is for long gun use or deployment?
It has to be, I'm not 100% sure on it, but I know it has to be a major situation where immediate threat and a lot of danger that a pistol wouldn't take care of.
Would perimeter containment in barricaded suspect situations with a known weapon potential
Yes.
be one of those situations?
Yes, I've been on many barricaded subject call-outs where officers have shotguns and rifles. That's the norm.
Okay. And you indicated, I believe, that when you went in the apartment, or when you went up to the apartment, it was dark, correct?
It was.
When you entered the apartment, were there any lights on?
I did not see any.
Did you see a TV on?
There was a TV in the back. I know her TV, or the, I guess the master bedroom, that TV was on.
And was there any sound coming from it?
I don't remember hearing any at the initial entry, but when I did enter the room at the very end, it was on, yes, and I could hear it. It was pretty loud.
Did you see any mirrors hanging on the walls in the apartment? Do you recall?
I don't recall any mirrors.
Now, you testified that Officer Hankison, or Detective Hankison, came up to the front door as we saw in the video, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he took a step into the apartment?
Yes, sir.
And he asked if there were any guns found, and as we just heard, if he asked if there were any long guns found, correct?
Yes, sir.
You testified that it's not unusual for an officer involved in a situation to come up and look closer to the scene, correct?
On high-risk warrants, where the SWAT team would serve them, it's not uncommon for the detectives of the investigating unit to come up when we turn the scene over to them, or they take over control of the scene. it's not uncommon for them to come up and say, hey, is the scene safe? Can we come and take it over? That's not, that's very, very common. With officer-involved shootings, like I said, I've only been in one other one, and it didn't happen there, but it's not to say it doesn't happen, but it's usually not common on a shooting scene that people want to get involved inside the scene.
Well, would you think it was common or would you think it was unusual if Brett Hankison thought that he saw a long gun and he was trying to come up to the apartment and confirm whether there was one there or not?
I can't speak to what he sees or what he would think.
Okay, and when you asked Brett Hankison to leave the apartment, he complied with your request, correct?
Yes, he did.
Nothing further, thank you.
Anything else of this witness?
Sergeant, when you testified when you all arrived, Walker, as you approached up there, he was already in a car, in a vehicle.
That's what, I never saw him in a vehicle or car, but Lieutenant Hoover advised that he was already in a vehicle, yes.
So when SWAT approached, was all the patrol that had been called in, they had rifles, right?
Yes.
That's protocol.
Not every single one of them, but there were multiple rifles out there.
So how did you all approach the building if patrol was still sitting there with the rifles pointing at the building?
So before we actually approached the building, our lieutenant told them to check up, which means basically pull your rifles up so that when we walk past them, that they'd have a gun to the back of our head or back to our bodies. Basically, there's a crossfire issue, and we didn't want there to be one. So he told them to check up. So at that point in time, they pulled back and got out of the way, or at least pulled their gun out of the way so where we could cross.
Right. And the detectives you were waiting to come and take over the crime scene were the Public Integrity Unit detectives.
Yes.
Right, not CID detectives.
No.
Right, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Matthews? You can step down, thank you. Your next witness?
The Commonwealth calls Aaron Sarpee.
Do you know how to spell that last name?
S-A-R-P-E-E.
Thank you. All right, if you'd raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You can take your mask off while you're testifying if you wish, and please keep your voice up so the jurors can hear you.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir. State your name for the jury.
My name is Aaron Sarpee.
And you live here in Louisville?
Yes, ma'am.
And where do you work, sir?
I'm on disabled vet, Iraqi veteran, and I'm a truck driver.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you, ma'am.
So, and you're a truck driver?
Yes, ma'am.
And in March of 2020, was that your occupation then also?
Yes, ma'am.
And you have a daughter that?
Yeah. Then I thought she was 2 years old.
At that time, in March of 2020, she was 2 years old.
Yes, ma'am.
And who was her babysitter?
It's an older lady called Couple.
And does she live at 3003 Springfield Drive?
Yes, ma'am, with her son.
Her son lives there?
Yes,
also.
ma'am.
She lives with her son?
Yes, ma'am.
And she's your daughter's babysitter?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you related in any way, family related?
No, ma'am. Friends.
Just friends, okay. And how long had you been taking her there to the babysitter as of March of 2020? From
the time she was a baby.
the time she's a little baby?
Yeah.
So what hours did you work?
From 2 to 12.
2
2 p.m.
p.m. to 12 midnight.
Yes, ma'am.
And so about what time did you normally get to the apartment to pick up your daughter?
Sometimes I get a different time, but during that night, I don't usually recall what time I get there.
Sometime after midnight,
Yeah, probably what, like
or
12, 20.
okay.
Yeah.
And which apartment in the building, as you're facing the building, is the babysitter and her son? Where is their apartment?
It was on top of Breonna Taylor.
And did you know who Breonna Taylor was at that time?
No, ma'am.
You did not. Did you know who lived in that apartment?
No, ma'am.
And so your babysitter's apartment is directly above that apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
You later found out was Breonna Taylor.
Yes, ma'am.
So you got there that night to pick up your daughter?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you got there, was there anybody outside the building? Did you, in the parking lot or anything?
No, ma'am.
And where did you park your vehicle?
I parked my vehicle right in the middle of the parking lot because I usually get out, run in there, and grab out and get back in the vehicle.
Right, so you pulled up behind the cars that had pulled into the parking
spot.
spaces?
Yes, ma'am.
So it would be like here's, like my fingers are the cars pulled into the lot.
Yeah, right behind
Spaces,
the car.
so you pulled in this way.
Yes, ma'am.
What kind of vehicle did you drive?
During that time, I was driving a Toyota Sequoia, white one.
A white Sequoia. Okay. Now, if we could, okay, we now have a picture put up on the screen, which is Commonwealth Exhibit 3, and there's a laser pointer up there. Could you point out where your Sequoia is in the picture?
Right there.
Okay, there. And then where's the apartment of the babysitter? If you want to point where the stairs are.
Well, I'm making a mistake.
Okay, so it's right up there.
Yep.
Okay. And did anyone else live there with the babysitter and her son? Were there anybody else that lived there?
His daughter.
His daughter also, and how old was she?
I don't know.
Okay. So you parked there, and what did you do then?
Well, I park right there. I get out and I walk into an apartment complex to pick up my daughter. And usually I spend about 5 minutes, 10 minutes in the apartment, and I will get out and we will leave. Doing that, I went upstairs. I pick up my daughter. Coming out, it was a loud banking noise. When I came out, there was people downstairs, yeah, and a gentleman identified himself as a police, and he told me to go back in the apartment.
And so you saw, how many people did you see down at the bottom of the steps?
I don't recognize them.
More than a couple, more than two?
Yeah.
Okay, and so one of them told you to go back in.
Yeah.
And you said they were police?
Yeah, they identified themselves as a cop.
As cops. And so did you say something back to them?
No, ma'am.
You didn't say anything?
No, ma'am.
And you, okay, how many times did they have to tell you, or did they tell you to go back in the apartment?
One time.
Just once?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so you went back in?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, let me ask you, before you came out the door, you said you had gone in, you were in there when you went in, when you climbed the steps and went in, there was no one out there?
There was nobody.
Nobody. And you said you were in there about 10 minutes getting your daughter ready to
leave.
To leave.
Yes, ma'am.
And while you were in there getting your daughter ready and so forth, did you hear any knocking, banging, noises?
I hear banging.
You heard banging?
Yeah.
And did you hear talking?
No, ma'am.
Like people saying police or
No,
cops?
ma'am. No,
This is
ma'am.
cops?
No, ma'am.
Okay. You just heard banging,
Yes, ma'am.
like knocking?
It was loud.
Hard knocking, or
I was inside. It was loud. Yeah.
it was loud and you were inside?
Yeah.
But you say you didn't hear anybody saying this is cops, open cop, it's the,
No, ma'am.
no.
Yeah.
Well, do you remember talking to one of the detectives back in 2020 after all this happened? Do you remember a detective calling you on the phone and asking you about this?
Yeah, that was, I think, way back.
I'm sorry, what?
I think 2 years ago.
Yes, so do you think your memory of what the details would have maybe been better back 2 years ago?
No, ma'am.
No. Okay. Do you remember talking to a female detective, Seeley, on the phone, May of 2020, about what happened?
I remember talking to somebody. I don't know.
You do remember talking on the phone? Do you remember saying to the detective that you did hear them saying, when you heard the banging, this is the cops, while you were inside?
No, I know. I don't remember.
You don't remember?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Commonwealth moves to play the recording. That segment of the recording with the question, did you hear them say police or this is the cops before you opened the door?
No objection at all, Judge.
That's fine.
You said you did remember them saying something as they were knocking on the door? What were they saying when they were knocking on the door? This is the cops? Okay.
Okay, can you play that again, because it's very brief?
You said you did remember them saying something as they were knocking on the door? What were they saying when they were knocking on the door? This is the cops? Okay.
That was your voice on that telephone?
But I know I remember telling that.
That was your voice talking to the detective?
Yes.
And you said, when she asked you, what were they saying when they were knocking? And you said told her, they were saying, this is the cops.
Yeah, I remember.
You don't remember that? Okay. But you do remember talking to the detective on the phone?
I remember talking to somebody on the phone.
Okay. Now, let me ask you also, do you remember talking to another detective here in Louisville in August of 2020?
No.
Over at an office on Whittington Parkway? Do you remember coming in there and talking to?
Yeah.
You remember that?
Yeah.
And do you remember, it was Detective Herman Hall asking you the same question? Did you hear, when you heard the banging while you were inside the apartment, did you hear any talking? Did you hear them saying anything? And do you remember telling Detective Hall you heard them say, while the knocking, this is the police? Do you remember?
Can you play that recording too?
I don't have that recording, but I don't have, if the, that record,
I'll stipulate that he said it. Yeah.
that recording unfortunately is not very audible. I do have Detective Hall is present and would be able to say that you told him while you heard the knocking and banging, they were saying, "This is the police."
I think it will be, if you get this recording, so I think it will be another recording for you to identify that I said that, you know.
Okay, well, it,
Judge, for the record, I will stipulate that he made those statements on that recording that Ms. Whaley is referring to.
All right, we'll just take that stipulation that both attorneys have listened to that recording and that you did make that statement to Detective Hall that the police said that they were the police as they were knocking. So I'll have the jury accept that as testimony here in the case.
thank you. Now, once you went back in after you said they only asked you one time to go back in, and you went back in, then what happened after you went back in?
When I went back in the 5 seconds, I heard machine gun going off.
Okay, you heard gunfire? And how long did that last?
5 seconds, 6.
5, 6 seconds? And that's it, that was the end?
Yep.
Then what did you do?
I stayed in the apartment complex.
So after the gunfire, you did not open the door back up, or?
I don't remember.
How long did you stay in there?
I was there probably till 3, 4 in the morning before I left.
And so did you learn what had happened? Did you, at some point,
Later on down the road,
now, when did you ultimately leave your apartment and go?
what I leave? What?
When did you leave the apartment of the babysitter? When, do you remember when you actually ended up leaving?
No, I don't remember.
Was it the next day during?
No, it was the same day in the morning.
Right, that same morning. Was it like up in the late morning or afternoon?
No, late morning.
Late morning. And you took your daughter with you? What happened to the Sequoia?
I left it there
And why is it you left it there?
because I was about to leave. One of the officers said it had to be on an investigation, so I left it there.
The officer asked you to leave it there
Yeah.
because it was part of the investigation?
Yeah.
And so what kind of transportation did you?
My sister, she came to pick me up.
She came and picked you up?
Yeah.
Now, did you know that a bullet came through the babysitter's apartment? How did you find that out?
From the son, Stanley.
And that's your babysitter's son?
Yeah, babysitter's son.
Where did it go? Where'd that bullet go?
He said it came through the closet.
The closet, and then what?
It went somewhere.
Went
I
up
don't know.
through the roof?
I don't know.
Okay. What did he say about it?
I don't know.
Okay. It came through the floor of the closet, I assume?
Ma'am, I never went in detail with him where the bullet came from, but he just told me the bullet went through the closet. That's what the FBI told him. But I never asked him where the bullet went.
Okay. And when did you find that out? Was it that morning or later?
Like 2 days later when he was moving from out of the apartment.
I see. 2 days later is when you found out.
Yeah.
All right. So, once you went back in, after they told you, you were out actually on the landing when you were getting ready to leave and
Yes,
saw them, police.
Yeah.
And they told you to go back in, and once you did that, it wasn't very long
Yeah.
till you heard the gunfire.
Yes, ma'am.
And you said the gunfire, you think, was maybe 5-6 seconds.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. No further questions. Moved, exhibit 141.
Objection.
I'm sorry, what did,
I'm sorry, that was the previous, this would be 142 of the phone clip.
the phone clip, all right. All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Is the pronunciation of your last name Sarpee? Sir, you said you're a veteran, correct?
Yeah, I'm an Iraqi veteran.
Did you serve in Iraq? Did I understand?
Yes.
When you were in Iraq, were you in combat?
Yes.
Okay, you testified here before that when you heard the gunshots go off, it sounded like a machine gun, correct?
Yeah.
And it only lasted 5 or 6 seconds?
Yeah.
And did you hear any voices or any talking while that was happening?
No.
Did you look out of the apartment after it happened?
No.
Didn't come out, I think you said, till 3 or 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, correct?
Yeah. I think 3, yeah.
And when you left, you did not leave in your Sequoia, correct?
No.
When did you come back and get your Sequoia?
It was the next day. The following day.
Following day?
Yeah.
When you came back to get your car, did you find anything, any shell casings?
Yeah, I found one.
Do you know what kind it was?
It was it's almost like the M16 round.
Like an M16 round? That's a
Yeah.
rifle round?
Rifle round. Yeah.
What did you do with that casing?
I gave it to one of the I turned it into the AG office
You remember when you did that?
when I went for the interview.
When you went for the interview?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further.
Any redirect? All right, you can step down, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, your next witness.
Sergeant Mike Burns.
If you take a seat, please. And if you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
State your name, please,
Michael Burns,
and where are you employed,
LMPD,
and what position?
full-time SWAT team.
How long have you been with the department,
Going on 12 years, I believe.
and how long in SWAT?
Just over 6.
In that, were you in that capacity on March 12th, 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you involved in the serving of search warrants on March 12th at the Elliott Avenue addresses?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there 2 SWAT teams on Elliott that night?
I wouldn't necessarily consider it 2 SWAT teams, but most of the entire team was there, yes. We have a team 1 and a team 2, and I think most of the entire team was on Elliott, yes.
Okay, you have a team 1 and a team 2.
Correct.
Is that 2 teams?
It's 2 teams inside of 1 team. Basically to help our on-call schedule. So you're on call half the month versus,
Okay, so how many SWAT total are there?
I believe there's 30-something total officers on the SWAT team.
Okay, and how many were involved on Elliott that night?
Probably 25 or 28-ish.
Very
somewhere in
large
there.
number, almost the entire SWAT.
Correct.
At some point that evening on the 12th, did you hear there was a problem on Springfield Drive?
Yes, ma'am.
And at that point, what did you do?
I heard some communication come over our radio, which sounded like that someone had been shot on an address and that they needed a medic and possibly SWAT's armor to the location.
And so did you go to Springfield?
I did, yes, ma'am.
And who, how many SWAT officers went to Springfield, if you know?
I believe there's 6 or 7 of us, plus our medic.
And you all went in the one vehicle?
We went in one of our armored vehicles, which we call the Bearcat.
Bearcat. Once you got on scene, what did you do?
Once we pulled up in the Bearcat, all the officers and detectives that were in the parking lot were pulling security with their weapons on the apartment. We pull up, we exit the Bearcat, we try to get as much intel as we're driving there, and once on scene, we just come up with a quick plan from the SWAT side, and which was I had a robot, which is it's a throw bot. You can throw it into houses and clear space without having to put yourself in there. So that the plan was which I had, the robot, the plan was to go up to the door, throw it in, and then try to clear it as best as possible because we were still under the impression that there was possibly a shooter inside the apartment.
Now, you said when you arrived, patrol was still out around the front of the building, patrol officers?
Yes, ma'am.
With their rifles pointed at the building?
I believe some had rifles, some had their pistols.
So how was that taken care of?
Our lieutenant got on I don't believe it was the radio. I think just out loud told everyone to check down, which basically means stop pointing your weapons at the apartment as we, as in SWAT, are about to approach it.
Because that, with them still holding their guns at the building, that would put SWAT in danger, walking in front of those guns to enter the apartment building.
That is correct.
Which would be the safe thing to do then, right?
Correct.
Now, as you approached the building, did you see the sliding glass doors?
Yes, ma'am. That was the sliding glass doors, which is right next to the sidewalk to the breezeway, is basically the first thing you see of the apartment from the direction that we came from.
And did you notice, could you see through those sliding glass doors into the apartment?
From what I recall, there was blinds or drapes or something along those lines covering the sliding glass door. I don't know if they were open or closed, but you could definitely see that there was blinds or, like I said, drapes covering that up.
And did you notice the shattered glass in the door as you approached?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you, what did you do then? Who was the lead into the apartment?
Probably Sergeant Joe Cassie maybe kind of took the lead on that. Myself and Sergeant Hogan were there as well, but Sergeant Cassie seemed to take the lead on the entry to the apartment. I was, like I said, I had the robot, and then Sergeant Hogan was in the group of SWAT officers as well.
And did you you threw the robot in initially,
I did, yes, ma'am.
and then what happened?
Once I deployed our robot into the open door of the apartment, I ran back to the Bearcat to give the controller to Officer Walker, who was driving the Bearcat. The Bearcat was basically out of play unless for hard cover, so I gave him a job to do. By the time I made it back up to the breezeway, Sergeant Cassie, I think they had already reached the threshold of the apartment door, and he had noticed that there was someone down in the hallway. That's when he made the call and decision to go ahead and take it, meaning make entry into the apartment, clear it, and then reach up to the person that's down in the hallway.
So instead of using the robot, because you could have used the robot to go room to room remotely and clear, but because Sergeant Cassie saw someone down at the end of the hallway, decision was made to personally enter.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so did you go in then?
I did. I believe I might have been one of the last ones into the apartment.
And did you have a particular room that you were responsible to clear, or is it just?
The room that I ended up doing clearing with Sergeant Hogan, I believe, was the back bedroom, possibly her bedroom, and then the bathroom that was attached to the bedroom.
And when you say clear, what exactly are you doing?
We were looking for humans or threats that could possibly still be inside the apartment.
And did you find any threats?
No, ma'am.
And Sergeant Cassie found a gun.
I believe there was one, yes.
But did you?
I never saw him with my eyes. That was probably in a different room that he had entered and cleared, but the room.
You were in the back bedroom.
Correct, yes. The last bedroom in the hallway on the right.
And were there any guns in there?
Not that I saw, but like I said, there was nothing in plain view, but we don't search houses when we clear them. We just search for where a human being could possibly be hiding at.
A human being with some sort of weapon of threat.
Just a human in general, as far as when the SWAT team does execute search warrants.
Okay. And no person was located other than, as you later knew, Breonna Taylor at the end of the hallway.
That's correct.
Later found.
Correct.
Now, at some point, did you, during this time, were wearing on your helmet a camera?
Yes, ma'am.
And that records everything you were doing?
Yes, ma'am.
Or a video, audio also recorded. Did you encounter the defendant at the front door while you were in the apartment?
Yes, ma'am, as I was about to exit the apartment.
And did you know who he was at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
And how is that you knew?
Just through some search warrants that SWAT has done for narcotics in the past.
Did you know that he had been involved in the shooting that had just occurred?
I don't think I did at that point, no, ma'am.
And during the time that, so you were there in the front door, what did he do?
He had walked up from the breezeway kind of towards the apartment door and then just asked a question if there was anyone possibly dead down in something along the lines of, is there someone dead inside or down inside?
And what did you say, or what did you do?
If I remember right, I think I had told him yes, because I think at that point our medic had already said that she had passed.
And have you had a chance to review the body camera footage of that exchange with him?
I have multiple times in the past, yes.
And it's an accurate depiction of the exchange that occurred there with the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, we would ask to admit that footage.
No objection.
Which would be Exhibit 143.
143.
143.
All right, it'll be so admitted.
Also slogan patients in here. Cell phone here. Huh? Cell phone here. I'm off the slogan there. Patients here.
What is it? What's this address?
Is anybody here dead?
Yes.
Okay.
Wow.
You want to stop? Now, if can you see? You can see on the screen.
Yes, ma'am, I see.
And is that person that just walked up the defendant? Who you can see is. Let's go back and start again, if you would.
Yes. Wow, we're waiting. Texas, call me. What's the address here?
Hey, 3003 Springfield, apartment 3.
3003 Springfield, apartment 4. Hey, there's.
Play it from the beginning.
Yes.
Cell phone here.
Huh?
Cell phone here. I'm off the slogan there. Patients here.
What is it?
Okay, stop.
Okay.
Now, is that the defendant approaching?
Yes, ma'am. Sorry, the glare was bad on the big screen.
Okay, go ahead.
What's this address?
Is anybody here dead?
Yes. Wow, we're waiting. Texas, call me.
So was that him that asked, is anybody here dead?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead.
What's the address here?
Hey, 3003 Springfield, apartment 3.
3003 Springfield, apartment 4. Hey, there's.
And did you respond? Because I couldn't hear. When he asked, is anybody in here dead?
I had said yes.
You said yes, and you heard that.
Correct.
Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Any questions?
Just a couple. Sergeant Burns, this is just my own curiosity, but I'm curious about this throwbot. What is that exactly?
It's just a remote control robot with a camera on it that we deploy a lot of times in houses to clear them as best as we can. Obviously, it's a lot safer for us.
Is it like a ball?
No, it's it's got 2 wheels on it and a lever on it that keeps it on its upright, and you just drive it around like a remote control car.
Okay, you don't actually physically throw it, is that?
No, I threw it, yes.
Okay.
You can throw them.
And it's equipped with a camera?
Yes, sir.
But you never used that this night, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. And then, when Brett Hankison, first of all, you actually made entry into the apartment, correct?
That is correct, sir.
And you went back into the back bedroom?
Yes.
Was the TV on in there?
I believe it was on, yes.
Was the sound turned up, do you know?
That I don't remember.
The TV was on?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And Brett Hankison came up to the door and asked, is anybody dead in here, correct?
Yes, sir.
Was Sergeant Hogan there at that time?
Yes, sir. I heard his voice in the background.
And do you remember him telling Detective Hankison to leave the apartment?
I do remember him making a statement in regards to this is a crime scene, like no one is to enter or something along those lines.
Did Detective Hankison then leave? To the
I would
best of
assume
your
so.
knowledge?
On the body cam, it looked like he had turned around and left, yes.
Thank you. Okay.
Anything else of this witness?
You indicated that as soon as you walked up, you saw the shattered glass at the sliding door, and you could not see through into the apartment. Did you know that those were shots coming from which direction?
I had no idea if they came from inside or outside.
Once you were in the apartment, did you see the shattered glass on the carpet inside?
I believe I remember seeing some, but I did not enter the living room.
Right, because you were
just
in
as I
the
was
back
walking out.
bedroom.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further?
No.
You can step down, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've been going for close to 2 hours. Let's go ahead and take a break. It's 25 after 3. Let's break until 3:45. Remember the separation admonition, please. Thank you. Anything to report from the break, ladies and gentlemen? All right, very good. If the Commonwealth will call its next witness.
Yes, ma'am. It's going to be Lieutenant Steve Lacefield.
If you'll take a seat, please. And if you'll raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Please state your name for the record.
Stephen Lacefield.
And how are you employed? How are you employed? Where do you work?
I'm a lieutenant for the Louisville Metro Police Department.
And how long have you been with Louisville Metro Police Department?
14 or 15 years.
Okay. Do you have an assigned role within the department?
I do. I'm the Firearms Training Center commander.
Okay. And where is that located?
4201 Algonquin Parkway.
Okay. And is that where the range is?
It is.
Okay. What type of training did you receive prior to becoming an instructor with LMPD?
Multiple trainings, more than I can remember off the top of my head, but I attended to receive my certification, the Kentucky Department of Criminal Justice Training Firearms Instructor course, as well as their Law Enforcement Instructor Development course.
So extensive instruction specifically speaking to firearms?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Back in 2019, were you an instructor with the Firearms Division of LMPD?
I was.
Okay. And back at that time, how many trainings on average would you give per year?
2 qualifications per year, spring and fall. Spring is an on-duty qualification with no training. That's just with your Class A service pistol. Fall is an 8-hour training day. There's roughly half hour to 45 minutes of actual handgun training given at that, and the rest of it is qualifying, going through scenarios on a simulator that year from what I remember.
Okay. And are officers required to do those 2 courses or trainings per year?
Yes.
Every year that they're on duty with LMPD?
Yes, state law mandates once a year. If somebody's off on administrative leave, FMLA, things of that nature, light duty, and they're off longer than 6 months, they would come back and do a return to duty qualification. So they could miss a qualification, miss one of those, and still be legally covered as a peace officer in the state of Kentucky.
But it's an ongoing basis that they have to continue to qualify?
Yes.
As part of those qualifications, are you familiar with the standard operating procedures of LMPD as it pertains to your section of firearms?
I am.
And are you familiar with the use of force section as it pertains to firearms?
I am.
I believe that is section 9, is that correct?
I believe so. I cannot quote it verbatim.
Okay, but you are familiar with it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And within that, does it teach, or as an instructor, do you personally teach the levels of force that are to be used in a situation?
No, we don't.
Do you, in that capacity, teach the levels of force as it pertains to deadly force and when it may be used?
Typically not. That would be covered at the in-service training. Our training academy is broke into 3 bureaus. Basic training that handles our new hires, recruits, in-service training for sworn officers, and Firearms Training Center. My unit focuses primarily on the skill and or tactic of deploying the firearm. use of force policy and laws taught at the basic and in-service level. It's rare that we would go over that.
Okay. As a firearm instructor, you are familiar with it, though?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, when it comes to the use of deadly force and when that is a option, are you familiar with when that should be used?
I am.
And when is that?
If in defense of your life or another's life, if you're in fear of imminent death, serious physical injury, kidnapping, or sexual intercourse by force.
Okay. And what is an officer required to articulate at any time why they use deadly force?
Yes, throughout the interview and investigation, they are.
Is a target and a background required for deadly force to be used?
It is.
And why is that important?
For a plethora of reasons that we could go on for quite some time over, but if I am in fear for my life or in fear for someone else's life, I need something tangible to be afraid of. First and foremost, there has to be something physically that I need to stop doing whatever it is doing. Also, with discharging a firearm, you're responsible for every round, or accountable for every round.
The officer is accountable for every round they fire?
Yes.
When an officer fires, are they ever taught that they should fire into the side of a building?
That they're,
Without a view of any sort?
if you don't have a view, no.
Okay. In your training and experience, does LMPD ever teach a method called suppressive fire?
No.
And for the jury, what is suppressive fire?
I can give a hypothetical example. If I am taking fire, or I'm with you guys and we're taking fire from over there and I want to move you out that door, suppressive fire would be me putting rounds in that direction towards where the incoming fire is coming from in order to keep their heads down and safely evacuate you all.
And LMPD does not instruct on that?
No, sir.
Okay. There's a term that is in some of the procedures of LMPD when it comes to the use of deadly force and other things of firearms, and that's isolation and background. What does that mean?
So as it relates to sight picture, you have sight alignment and sight picture. Sight alignment on if we're talking about a handgun, you have a front and a rear sight. The rear sight has a notch in it or a U, and the front sight is a blade, so you align those. That is sight alignment. Equal space to the left and right and on the same plane height-wise. Sight picture is placement of properly aligned sights onto a target. So using sight alignment, sight picture, placing that on a target, that is isolation.
And is that required before someone discharges a firearm?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the service weapon that LMPD typically uses, especially in the past prior to 2020, which is a .40 caliber Glock Model 22?
I am.
How many times do you estimate that you've shot a Glock Model 22?
Ballpark in excess of 50,000 rounds.
Are you familiar with how long it may take to unload or fully shoot a completely loaded magazine through that?
So 15 round magazine, fully loaded, 3 to 5 seconds.
3 to 5 seconds? And what is fully loaded on that type of duty service weapon? What is that? How many rounds does that cover?
Up to 16.
16? Okay. think, Lieutenant Lacefield, that's all the questions I have for you at this time. Thank you.
Mr. Matthews?
Thank you, Your Honor. Lieutenant, did you personally participate in any of Brett Hankison's 2019 qualifying sessions?
I did not.
Are you aware of how he did on those?
I'm not.
Okay.
Other than passing.
My understanding is that the officer has to shoot a certain number of rounds, and those are scored, correct?
Yes, sir.
And they have to achieve a certain score to pass?
Yes, sir.
And I think they get up to, what, 3 opportunities to pass?
In the past, they have unlimited at this point. So if you fail the qualification 3 times in a row, you're offered 8 hours remedial training and another 3 attempts until you pass.
Okay. Are you aware of Brett Hankison ever having failed a qualifying round?
I'm not.
Okay. Now, you talked about having a sight picture, correct?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever been in a gunfight yourself?
No, sir.
So you wouldn't have any idea how somebody might react in that kind of situation, correct?
None at all.
When an officer is ready to discharge his weapon, he's required to have this sight picture, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that requires some time to get that, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any information that Brett Hankison was doing what's called suppression firing on March the 13th?
Do I have any indication?
Any information that he was?
No, sir.
I mean, you were asked about suppression firing. Is that like when you see Chicago PD or cowboy movies when somebody's behind a rock covering somebody else, just firing?
Yeah, there could be.
Okay. Do you have any indication that Brett Hankison was doing that on March 13th?
None at all.
And would it be a correct statement that officers are taught, once they put their finger on that trigger and decide to discharge that weapon, that they should continue to fire that weapon until the threat is stopped?
Yes, sir.
And officers are also taught, I believe, to shoot center mass, correct?
Correct.
What is center mass?
The center of the upper thoracic region on a human torso.
And are there situations where that's not possible, to your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at your range, do officers do simulated type of situations, or shoot, don't shoot kind of things?
Like scenarios?
Scenarios, yes.
From time to time, yes, sir.
And you never do any kind of live fire scenarios, correct?
With recruits, we do. Within service, in the 3+ years that I've been there, we have not.
And when I say live fire, I mean using actual bullets?
Yes, sir.
You do use actual bullets with recruits?
Yes.
You ever lose any that way?
Well, they're not shooting at one another, sir.
Well, that's what I'm getting at. I mean,
Okay.
What are they shooting at? They're shooting at targets?
Photo real targets, and we use simunition as well.
Okay.
So simunition is force on force.
Okay. And that can't ever duplicate what you might run into in the field where you're in an actual gun battle with somebody, is that correct?
No, sir. It helps, but there's no amount of training to prepare you for that. You can become inoculated to a certain point where you're comfortable with it. But I don't know that anybody could ever say that they've had enough training to really feel good about that.
And when you say the rule is that you have to have a target in sight before you discharge your weapon, that's pretty standard rule, is that correct?
Yes.
I mean, would you agree with me that sometimes the rule about rules is that there are exceptions to them?
In some cases, I'm I'm not sure what you're getting at.
Well, what I'm getting at is if Brett Hankison's out at 3003 Springfield Drive, and his brother officer, John Mattingly, just gets shot and almost executed, would it be appropriate for him to return fire even if he can't actually see the target, to try to protect his brother officer?
Per our policy, no.
Per your policy, I thought you just said the deadly force policy was that you're allowed to use deadly force to protect yourself, your fellow officers, and civilians or citizens.
Yes, sir.
So Brett Hankison was not justified in discharging his weapon?
I don't know enough about the case to make the determination whether Detective Hankison was justified or not.
Okay. How about this? Would you agree with me that there are no absolutes in law enforcement, just like in anything else?
Yes, sir. Yeah. Excuse me. Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the term tunnel vision?
I am.
What does that mean to you?
Incredibly focused. So loss of peripheral. If I get tunnel vision and I'm looking at you, odds are I'm not going to see to the left or the right. I'm going to be so focused on you, I involuntarily occlude surroundings.
And have you ever been in a situation where you've gotten tunnel vision?
Yes, sir.
When was that?
I can't begin to count the number of times that that's happened.
And I believe you testified that the Glock 40 millimeter handgun that LMPD officers carry has a magazine that holds 15 rounds?
It's 40 caliber, and yes, sir,
40 caliber,
rounds.
15 rounds. And you testified, how long does it take to discharge a fully loaded
Average
weapon?
shooter, 3 to 5 seconds.
And that's just put your finger on the trigger one time and leave it there, correct?
You leave it placed on the trigger, you reset the trigger each time.
You have to squeeze it each time to discharge.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Lieutenant, you've kind of suggested here in your testimony that if Brett Hankison didn't have a target, that he did something wrong in this situation. Is that correct?
I'm not making any suggestions either way.
You're all right, Jeff.
Yeah, let's approach. Okay, Lieutenant, you were not on the scene at 3003 Springfield Drive, right?
Correct.
And you don't profess to have any inside knowledge or any knowledge at all about what occurred out there on March the 13th, shortly after midnight?
I know what happened, but as far as the specifics, I have went to great lengths to avoid looking at case files, photos. I haven't driven by the scene.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Anything else of this witness? All right, thank you. You can step down.
Yes, ma'am.
Your next witness?
Major Jason Grissom.
If you'll take a seat, please. And if you'll raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. You may take your mask off while you're testifying if you wish to. You're not required to.
Thank you.
State your name, please,
Jason Grissom.
and how are you employed?
I'm employed by Louisville Metro Police.
And how long have you been with the department?
Nearly 22 years.
What is your position?
I am the commander of the LMPD Training Division.
And how long have you been in that position?
It was late June, so, I don't know, 7-8 months. Not too long.
So you are familiar with the requirements for training of all Louisville Metro Police officers?
Sure, yes.
And including the training required by the Kentucky Law Enforcement Council,
Yes.
the Department of Criminal Justice Training, and the Louisville Metro Police Department itself.
Exactly. Yep.
And were you asked to look at the, and obtain the training transcripts of the defendant, former Detective Brett Hankison?
Yes.
Are you familiar with his, the length of time he was with the department?
It was approximately 20 years. I can tell you exactly, but.
I'm going to hand you what's marked Commonwealth Exhibit 144.
Thank you.
And is that the training transcript of the defendant from the Louisville Metro Police Department?
Yes, this is the transcript that we have in our records. Correct.
And now I'm going to hand you Commonwealth Exhibit 145. Is that training transcript from the Kentucky Law Enforcement Council?
Yes, it's from the Department of, well, it actually says from the Department of Criminal Justice Training.
Yes.
But yes, but
And
associate, yes.
Explain what is the Department of Criminal Justice Training?
So effectively, the Department of Criminal Justice Training is the Central State Police Training Academy. The state operates or allows LMPD to have their own academy. Lexington has their own academy. Bowling Green and the Kentucky State Police have their own academy. And the one that the state operates is called the Department of Criminal Justice Training. The body that kind of governs the curriculum and the training for all the academies is the Kentucky Law Enforcement Council. It's a separate entity. We refer to that as KLEC.
So the Department of Criminal Justice Training actually does training,
Yes.
and whereas the Kentucky Law Enforcement Council is responsible for approving training?
Right, approving training, they're the administrative body that would approve the training and approve instructors. They have a couple other duties as well, but for training purposes, that's what.
And so the Kentucky Law Enforcement Council would have to approve trainings conducted by Louisville Metro.
Yes.
And in fact, even approve the actual curriculum for a training.
Exactly, that's the first step, get the curriculum approved, and that's what the state says we can teach. Exactly.
Now, is there a minimum number of hours each year that a law enforcement officer has to have continued training?
Yes, 40 hours
40 hours per year?
per year, per annual year.
Now, is this in addition to the firearms qualification?
State requires us to qualify with firearms, not train, but qualify. So the qualify is different from the actual training, yes. So that 40 hours would be in addition to qualifying with the duty weapon.
And how many times a year is an officer required to qualify with the duty weapon?
2 times a year.
2 times a year. And one of those times includes training in addition to just the qualification?
It can't, that is LMPD's, that is kind of, I'm not gonna say it's been our policy, that's our practice.
Okay.
At one time would be what we call an on-duty qualification, where we would show up at the range at a pre-designated time, you would qualify and then go back to your normal duty. In practice, we'd also like to do another one during the year where the officers come in and they will conduct some type of informal training and then qualify as well. That training, though, it is important to point out, is not always KLEC certified. So it's just training that we as a department put on in addition to the required 40 hours.
Okay. If you would look at the transcript for the Louisville Metro Police Department, I think that is Exhibit 144.
Ms. Van 144?
Yes. Now, when did the defendant attend the Basic Recruit Academy?
Says he began December the 6th, 1999, graduated, or the end date of March the 14th, 2000 for 640 hours.
640 hours. So how many months is that, or weeks?
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't know.
Okay.
Give me a calculator.
It's several weeks,
Several
months,
weeks, yes.
3 months then? Well, from December 99 to March,
You know, about-
it looks like it's over 3 months.
About 3
then.
months, 3.5 months. Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's the process of actually the comprehensive training of a law enforcement, of an individual to be a law enforcement officer.
I'm not understanding your question. Could you explain again, please?
This is the basic course that a person who is not a law enforcement officer has to go through in order to become one.
Correct.
Is that correct?
At that time, and I believe it was the Jefferson County Police Department is what that is reflecting. So that would have been the Jefferson County Police Department's Basic Recruit Academy or DOCJT's. I don't know which one he went through.
Well, the defendant actually, before he came to Louisville, worked at Lexington Metro.
Okay. That would explain the hour difference. Each academy can have their own basic curriculum, so the hours may vary.
And any of the academies has to be approved by Kentucky Law Enforcement Council.
Absolutely.
Right. So 3 months of basic training, and that would, of course, include firearms use of firearms,
I would assume at the time it is the same as it is now. That would be correct.
and the safe use of firearms would be obviously included in that. Now, looking at that transcript of Louisville Metro, we see fall firearms qualification, spring firearms. This is going back to 2004. We see there, just looking down, another training in 2004 on taser. In 2005, again, fall firearms training. A training in 2005 on street level investigation. How many hours was that training in 2005 on street level investigation?
2005 was a 40-hour class, so 1 week.
Okay. In 2006, a training on resistance control tactics. And how many hours was that?
That shows 8 hours. 1 day.
Moving on to 2007, a training on street level investigations. How many hours was that?
That
November
the one in
2000.
November of 2007 was 40 hours. 1 week.
Moving into well, of course, 2007 also included firearms qualification. In 2008, RMS training. Do you know what that is?
In 2008.
November of 2008.
I'm guessing. I don't know for certain, but it sounds like record management system.
Okay. And then 2009, flex platoon training.
That's that when March of 2009, flex platoon 40 hours.
And what's flex platoon training?
I've never seen this curriculum. The flex platoon was it was usually like a narcotics squad in the division levels that would do some type of street level investigations.
Okay.
I don't know. I never saw that class.
Okay. And you were subpoenaed to bring these records, were you not? You were subpoenaed to be here today to testify about the training that the defendant has undergone.
Yes.
Okay. Now, into 2000, still in 2009, a DUI update. No, that's 2010. A DUI update in 2010. How many hours was that? DUI update, February 2010.
There it is, February 22nd, 16 hours, 2 days.
Also in 2010, another flex platoon training, and that's 32 hours.
That was a 32-hour block, yes.
And so the rest of the page goes down through 2010, 2011, 2012, trainings, a number of trainings that this defendant participated in. And obviously, to be on the transcript means he passed the training. He got credit for those hours.
Yes, that'd be correct.
One of the trainings listed in 2012 of June for 40 hours, resistance control for patrol. You see that one?
Yes, 40-hour class?
Yes.
Ma'am.
Do you have any idea what that would be? Resistance control.
You don't happen to have the curriculum available?
I mean, I'm just asking you of your knowledge as in the training division, what would resistance control include? Training.
I would, my guess would be that resistance
Judge, I'll
control.
object to him guessing. If he knows, he knows. If he doesn't know, he doesn't know.
Sustained.
Okay. The next training listed in 2012 for 8 hours. Law enforcement officers killed and assaulted.
Yes, 8-hour class in August.
Okay. Every year after 2012, of course, we see 2 listings for firearms qualifications, one in the spring and one in the fall. And in 2015, there's April of 2015, a 16-hour course in officer survival. You see that one?
Yes, 16-hour, April the
Okay.
4th, or, sorry, April the 8th, yes.
Okay. Now, moving into more recent years, beginning in September of 2018, K-9 weekly narcotics training.
Yes.
And those appear to be weekly for
Yes.
a number of months, going on up through 2020. And in fact, up through March 11th, 2020, and that's the last training listed on this transcript, March 11th, 2020, 8 hours K-9 narcotics detection training.
Yes.
Okay. Of course, I didn't read all the trainings listed on this transcript. Also obtained from KLEC, which I handed you as Exhibit 146, from Kentucky Law Enforcement Council, are some of the curriculum, some of these trainings, the actual curriculum that was used in what, Exhibit 146. Do you have that?
You mean 145?
Oh, I'm sorry. Handing you Exhibit 146.
Yes, ma'am.
If you want to look
Yes.
at that. I believe on the front page of that packet is a list that includes the curriculum of specific trainings.
Yes.
Can you
See that.
read which specific trainings are included in that packet?
Be happy to. Okay, this has the first bullet point, Brett Hankison training history. Next is 1361-09M Police Training Officers Program. Next, 1694-11AR Law Enforcement Officers Killed and Assaulted. Next bullet point, 190413M Active Shooter Response. Next is 1995-14M Officer Survival. 2127-16M 2017 In-Service Training, Community Interaction and Recognition Training. And the final one is 2281-19M 2019 Favorable Outcome Response Training, FORT, in service.
40 hours.
40.
And now, if you would look at if you would turn to the curriculum development form for the active shooter response training.
For active shooter, sure will.
Which was 32 hours.
Guess it's back here a little bit. And here it is, found it here, yes.
And so that actually sets out the curriculum that was used in the active shooter response training of 32 hours.
Yes.
So on page 5 of that curriculum, well, let's start with page 3, which would be the schedule of the curriculum.
Yes, ma'am.
And so the schedule includes live scenarios. You see that? There are live scenarios for the active shooter response training. On day one.
On day one, let's see.
Team
configuration, traits, fitness, equipment.
Okay, just go ahead and read down through what would be in that day one.
ASAP overview and history. Next would be team configuration, traits, fitness, and equipment. Exterior movement, lunch, exterior movement.
Above that, it says Warrior 101. Do you not see that?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm on something.
Go ahead and finish then. Do you see live scenarios?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Okay.
Are we looking at the same thing? I've got active shooter response.
Yes. Go on then to page 5.
One that says objectives at the top. We're looking at the
Yes.
same one? Yes, ma'am.
So, included in objectives, do you see, well, why don't you just read what the objectives?
Sure. Do you want me to go through each individual line or just the titles of each
Well,
section?
what would be the goal of the overview, section 2?
So, ASAP overview history is the name of this block. 1.1, given a course schedule, the student will be able to describe the content of the course. And 1.2, given the case studies, the student will be able to list historical characteristics of actor shooter response scenarios.
Okay. So, moving over to page 7. Do you see a section on there called live scenarios?
No, ma'am, on my page 7, it says scene stabilization in multiple rooms.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead and for scene stabilization?
Sure.
Okay, scene stabilization, 3-hour block. Without reference, define improvised explosive devices as discussed in class. Without the reference, list 4 dangers associated with IEDs at a tactical scene as discussed in class. Given a tactical scenario, list the steps in evaluating an IED in a tactical scene as discussed in class. Next, without reference, list and demonstrate 2 methods of marking IEDs as discussed in class. Without reference, list 3 considerations and demonstrate an evacuation of persons away from an IED as discussed in class. Without reference, prioritize scene stabilization considerations as defined in class. And the last objective, given a mock scenario, determine the location of a suitable casualty collection point as defined in class.
I'm going to hand you now, let's mark Commonwealth Exhibit 147. Now, is that also a curriculum for another active shooter response?
Yes, it is.
And so if you would turn to page 5 on that one. And what does it say?
My page 5, objectives, it's got an orientation, ASAP, overview history, team configuration, traits, fitness equipment, and Warrior 101. The main
And now
blocks.
go to page 7. And what, does that contain sections detailing live scenarios?
Yes, number 7, live scenarios, foot approach.
Okay, and go ahead and read some of the live scenarios.
Yes, ma'am. During this session, the student will operate in a team environment with simunition training equipment. Approach.
What? I'm sorry. Operate with what?
Operate in a team environment with simunition training equipment.
What's simunition training equipment?
So simunition is a brand that makes it's a life-size, almost completely functional handgun, except in shooting, instead of shooting live rounds, it shoots what's effectively a paintball projectile instead of a metal or lead projectile. That way, it is it's it's painful if it hits you, but it is not dangerous. It will explode like a paintball, leave a little mark, but we can use it much safer in a training environment than we could ever use a live handgun or live ammunition.
Okay, and additional live scenarios in this training?
I'm sorry.
Additional live scenarios?
Yes. Can we continue with that?
Yes.
Yes. Next block, approach a target site on foot in a team formation 4 times, different scenarios. That's in parentheses. Next block, neutralize, capture a suspect outside of a target site. Understanding, controlling the flow and pace movement of a team in a dynamic situation. Understand the benefit of role players in a scenario-based training. Understand the strengths and weaknesses of a foot approach. And finally, demonstrate safe weapon handling skills in a dynamic environment.
Okay. And that training was how many hours? That active shooter training? Active shooter response training?
The whole course is a 32-hour course, so a 4-day course.
And the defendant attended that course?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you would refer to the other transcript, which was, I believe, Exhibit 145.
Yes.
The transcript actually of the defendant from Kentucky Law Enforcement Council. And this transcript, unlike the other one, starts out with the more recent trainings. And this is a separate transcript from the one at Louisville Metro.
Correct.
That he attended.
Yes.
So on this training transcript, if you would look down at a training titled, on June 10th, 2019, titled Favorable Outcome Response Training.
Yes.
And he attended that.
Yes.
And how many hours was that training?
The favorable outcome response, 16 hours.
And do you know what that training consists of by Louisville Metro?
That 16-hour block had some stuff. It had some training on legal updates, American Disabilities Act. That's the 2 things off the top of my head that I remember.
Favorable outcome response?
Yes.
Okay.
There's a couple other blocks, and I apologize, I don't remember what they were off the top of my head.
On the second page of this transcript in April of 2018, if you want to refer to that, page 2.
Yes.
April of 2018. Fitness and individual tactics in service.
Yes.
And that was how many hours?
32 hours.
Okay. Moving on down to March of 2016, almost halfway down that transcript, is a 40-hour training called Crisis Intervention Training. You see that one?
Yes.
And so he attended and passed that one in March of 2016.
Yes, 40-hour class.
Which would be obviously training in how to respond to crisis. Crisis intervention.
Crisis intervention, but was specifically for people with mental illness.
And where do you see that?
I just know the training because I've done it.
And so people with mental illness who are
in crisis,
in a situation needing intervention.
Yes, somebody that's in crisis that needs police help, yes.
The training in October 2015, 16 hours, states LMPD stops Do you know what that training is?
Six, yes, it deals with traffic stops, low risk, medium risk, high risk vehicle stops.
So when an officer stops a vehicle,
Yes,
how to respond to both low risk, mid risk, and high risk stops.
yes,
So would high risk stops involve the potential that someone who the officer stops may have a gun
yes,
and may actually respond
yes,
with shooting a gun?
yes, exactly, yes.
The training on page 3 of this transcript, in May of 2009, tactical patrol skills for the police mountain bike cyclist. Do you know what that involved?
It's a 40-hour class that looks like the police officer mountain bike course.
Do you know what that would
Mainly riding a bike a whole lot. There is a section on there about having to draw your gun or having to arrest a person that may be combative, and how to deal with that, and like what to do with your bike.
Okay.
So there is a section that's somewhat tactical.
Okay.
The rest of it, I'm sorry, the rest, just to explain my answer fully, the class is also mainly about how to ride a bicycle in an urban setting, over bumps and steps, and how not to fall down. And
But also includes how to use your weapon.
yes, that is part of it too, yes.
Okay, and this transcript goes on for 2 more pages, each page with a list of trainings attended and passed by the defendant, going back to January of 2000. Well, it actually also lists the basic recruit police basic training, September 99 to March 2000. And that's on page 4 of this transcript. And so this does indicate where the defendant attended basic training, and what does this indicate?
Lexington, Kentucky.
Lexington Metro?
Lexington Academy, yes.
The Commonwealth at this time moves to introduce exhibits 144 through 147.
No objection.
All right, they'll be so admitted.
And that's all the questions I have.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Major, it would appear from exhibits 145, 146, and 147 that Brett Hankison's a pretty highly trained police officer. Would you agree?
I would say that based on his time of service, that this is a normal amount that a 20-year officer would have.
Okay. And are you familiar with any of the courses that you've discussed here, content?
Some I'm very familiar with, and others I'm not.
Okay. Are you familiar with any part of an active shooting course that specifically teaches you what to do when your partner has been shot by an active shooter?
As far as that curriculum is concerned, only what I see here in the curriculum. I never attended this class.
And you spent some time talking about IED course. What's that?
An improvised explosive device.
What I thought. Okay, I have nothing further. Thank you.
Anything else of this witness? You can step down, thank you. All right, and your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor, it's going to be former interim chief Robert Schroeder.
If you'll take a seat, please.
Yes, ma'am.
And if you'll raise your right hand.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may take your mask off while you're testifying if you wish to, but you're not required to.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you just please state your name for the record?
I am Robert Schroeder.
And how are you employed?
Currently, I serve as a part-time commissioner for the city of Meadowvale.
Okay. And previously, how long were you previously employed with Louisville Metro Police Department?
I was employed with Louisville Metro Police for 23 years.
Okay. And what roles did you finally retire as, or did you leave the department back in your previous employment?
I ended my career as the interim chief of police.
Okay. And what year was that when you ended?
2020.
Okay. Back in March 12th and March 13th of 2020, were you in that role at that time?
I was the deputy chief of police.
Okay. And at some point, then closer to the springtime, in particular June or July, did you become the chief?
Yes, I became the interim chief in June of 2020.
Okay. And as the chief, do you review PIU case files?
Yes, you review PIU case files, public integrity case files, and professional standards case files.
Okay. And at some point in that time, as interim chief, did you review the PIU case file concerning the defendant here today, Brett Hankison?
I did.
And what did you review in that case?
I received a hard drive from the public integrity unit, and I reviewed a series of investigative notes, statements, videos, photographs, those sorts of things that were on the drive.
So you reviewed the case?
I did.
And what were your...
I should say the case as it was at that point.
Okay. And what were your findings after your review of that case?
To which I object.
Would you approach, please? All right, ladies and gentlemen, a legal issue has arisen that's going to take us a little bit of time to sort through, and we don't want you to just sit here, especially since it's already 10 till 5. So we're going to go ahead and recess for the evening so that we have time to discuss this thoroughly, and then we will return tomorrow morning at 9:30 for further testimony in the trial. As I told you, though, we are also going to be going to the scene. That will be tomorrow afternoon. You will be transported there and obviously back here. I just want to let you know that so that you wear appropriate outerwear, appropriate shoes. You've been told what the demographics of the scene are, so I think you're somewhat aware that it's an apartment complex. It's apartments that are on the first floor, so I don't think there's really going to be any steps involved, but I think you are going to be asked to be both in front of the apartment building and at the back of the apartment building, so you may be off of the sidewalk into some grassy area as well. So just so you know all of those things. So I will see you here tomorrow morning at 9:30, and please recall the separation admonition. Thank you. Have a nice night. All right, sir, because you are still on the witness stand, I'm going to ask you to come back tomorrow morning at 9:30 and ask that you not discuss your testimony with anyone since you have already, your questioning has already begun.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So, counsel, I do need to speak with you just on another moment, but you're excused. Thank you. And you all can be seated. As far as when we go tomorrow to the scene, is there anything, how are you all anticipating that this is going to go? Are we going to just be in a line and follow each other around the building and then into the building? Do you want the jurors to just sort of be on their own when they're on the outside? How do you envision this taking place?
Judge, my vision would be to have Anthony here kind of be the director and just keep everybody huddled up, and the Commonwealth and we can be with him suggesting things we would like for him to point out to the jury.
See, I don't think we can do that. I think all we can do is take them out there and then, and that's why I think I need to tell them in the courtroom, here's where you're going once you get there. And then Anthony or someone, probably, it really should be somebody who's familiar with the scene, I think, should direct them, you know, you follow this person, we'll follow around the building, we'll follow into the building, but there can't be any pointing out of anything once we're in the building. That's why I wanted there to be plenty of evidence in front of them so that they'll know what to look for when they're there, because we're not going to be on the record, so nothing can be said about the case while we're out there.
Okay. One thing I would request is that whoever drives the bus or whatever they're going in goes up and takes the entranceway that the officers took that night. In other words, the gate is no longer there, so they could access it straight off of Springfield, but that night the officers had to go up and around to get down into the place, and I would request that they follow that same route, at least on the way in.
Okay. I don't exactly know what that route is, but,
The sheriff's department do not know that.
I'm sorry?
The sheriff's department do not know that route, or
If you all can give him a little bit more guidance so he'll know. He's not, I don't think he's going to be doing the driving, but he can give it to the person who's driving.
Are you going to be along?
I'm gonna be at the bus while we drive the bus.
Yeah, okay, we can provide you with a route.
I don't think it's necessary that they go that route. That doesn't really, it's not a different, I mean, it's just going up it's just a different entrance way. But you can see at the end of that, you can see the dumpster right there. I mean, it's all visible. No matter how, you can go from where the gate was. But the manager, I believe, could lead the jurors through. He knows he's in charge of the building, so he can lead them through apartment 4 and then 3 and around back, along with the deputy.
Does he, okay, he needs to know that he cannot point out anything, he can't say anything to the jurors. What about when we first get there, though, and they're on the outside? I thought you all both wanted them to see both the front and the back of the apartment building.
Yes.
So, I don't know who, but somebody needs to take the lead, and the rest of us are going to follow around the building.
We could have Detective Hall, I mean, he's been there multiple times.
Okay?
He knows exactly where to go.
Okay?
Without a speaking role.
Right.
Right. Okay, so we'll just get them all off of the bus. Detective Hall will lead the way, take us to the front of the building. Let us, I guess, stand there for a moment or two to see, get our bearings. Then take us around the side to the back, and then back to the front so that we go in the front way into apartment 4 maybe first, and then go into apartment 3, and then get back onto the bus. So you all have a vehicle that you're going to go in, and you have a vehicle that you're going to go in. I think there's going to be about 5 sheriff's cars that are going to go maybe along with the bus. Anything else you all can, I don't think the jury has to be told they can't talk to one another, like on the ride there, but they just can't discuss the case. It's sort of the similar admonition I give them here in court every time, that they just can't discuss any aspect of the case, or even amongst themselves point to things inside the 2 apartments or outside of the apartment building. I don't have a problem with going the route that the officers took. The jury has heard about that, so I don't see where that's prejudicial one way or the other. I think we can go that route. I don't know how helpful it is, but
Detective Hall knows the route.
okay. Maybe he should ride on the bus?
Indicating he's not interested in that, Judge.
Well, then he just needs to meet, if he would, just meet with the driver so he can let him know.
Vehicle could be in front.
I don't know how the sheriff's office feels about that.
If you can write the directions down, I can give it to the bus driver.
I'm not sure the sheriff's office wants to follow someone else's vehicle.
It's not that complicated. I think there's a Springfield Drive that runs into whatever that road is there, St. Andrews or whatever. And then, that would lead to, back in the day, the gate that you couldn't get through.
But you said that gate's no longer even there, so.
But the officers had to go up and around, which is not that much farther, but it is a rather circuitous route that was described in some testimony.
Right.
And there's been some indication about the ramming the gate and why that had to be rammed, and I think it'd be good for the jury to be able to see why that was necessary.
That's fine.
Be able to see the gate's not there, how do you know?
Is there any remnant of the gate there? Is there any, like, I don't know what this,
I believe there's still some concrete, if I recall correctly, there's still some sign
Something there?
where the gate was, you can tell.
okay.
And again, the sheriff's department did not know about these routes. You can put it down in the directions. That's fine.
Can,
All right.
tomorrow morning?
So how many, so we have, obviously we have Mr. Schroeder still on the stand. How many more witnesses are you hoping to get in the morning? And then I guess we'll just take our lunch break and then come back and then go right after lunch?
4 witnesses after Chief Schroeder.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll see if we can get all of those in. Hopefully we can. But I don't want to push off our lunch break, too very late. All right. Anything else?
On behalf of the defense, Judge.
Okay. Thank you all. See you tomorrow.
Thank you, Your Honor.